Welcome back to Today at Keenland. It is Saturday, April 23rd. Gabby Gaudette, Scott Hazelton with you for the next 30 minutes as we'll take a look back at the card in just a moment from yesterday and then preview today's highlighted race card, which is highlighted by, as where I'm going with, 2 graded stakes races. And the final Saturday of the meet. We've got racing tomorrow and then Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of next week to close out this spring meeting.
And I would say the nicest day of the meet today. It's going to get
warm.
hot.
Yeah, it's going to be warm.
Get hot, but I'm not complaining.
Okay, yet. Let's go back or take a look at what we got going on today. Not only the Elkhorn and Ben Ally, but the beautiful weather that is going on. Hopefully some of you all were out this morning for Sunrise Trackside with coffee and donuts and activities for the kids. With this being the final Saturday of the meet, that'll be the final Sunrise Trackside, but we'll be back doing it again the fall meet, so on Saturdays, weather permitting, Sunrise Trackside. Make sure you make a point to join us come the fall. But let's take a look back at yesterday. Another productive day for the Today Keenland show. We had Jelly Nougat in race number 3, Clocker Report winner. That was the number 2 horse. And we take you to Salvaje Trip Note Pro play.
Yep.
As we take a look at the jockey cam.
Had a bad trip last time out at the fairgrounds and came back in winning fashion yesterday. So that was a good call by our Trip Notes Pro. And then next up, my best angle. I think she was maybe 4 to 5, 3 to 5, but
she
hey,
was.
A win's a win.
She came through on the inside and kicked on for the victory as Luis Saez had a nice day yesterday here at Keeneland Racecourse. Aussie Pride trying the dirt for the first time. $4.1 million yearling at the Keeneland September sale a few weeks back, and finally, being the son of curling, gets on the main track. Malathat, last year's 3-year-old champion filly, returns in style here to Keeneland, site of her Grade 1 victory in the Central Bank Ashland. She took the Grade 3 Baird Double Dog for Shadwell Stable.
Such class, this filly. You know, we had mentioned that she, a mile and a 16th probably wasn't the right distance for her, but she still got the win. And then, again, the Clocker pick delivers in the last race, but this time at 24 to 1, returns $51 for that victory. And she did look great on track yesterday for Ignacio Correas. Her last race was in 2020.
Yep.
I think the middle of 2020. That's a long time.
Vince Chaminade getting the victory. I think a lot of folks bet this horse. I mean, you were telling me that you were had some family members that made a little bit of money. The control room here got down, so
yeah,
well done to the Clocker Report. I had folks asking me, where can I find the Clocker Report? I said, well, obviously here on Today at Keeneland, but also on the website. There's one of the many tools that we've got available for handicappers each and every race day. So make sure you check out the full Clocker Report at Keeneland.com, as well as the Trip Note Pros, Keeneland.com/Trip Note Pros for that. So that's a look back at yesterday. Let's check in with WKYT for this afternoon's weather.
Good morning, everyone. If you're heading out to Keeneland, it's going to be an absolutely gorgeous day. Of course, at the races, we'll see temperatures well into the 80s. I mean, I'm talking we're seeing 82 degrees. That track's going to be dry out there. Make sure, though, you hydrate and put on sunscreen because it's going to be a bright one. And also, you don't want to get caught off guard with a sunburn into your Sunday. We're going to enjoy the nicer weather ahead. I hope you guys all have a great day at the races. I'm WKYT meteorologist Allie Blake.
Did you put your sunscreen on?
I did put my sunscreen on. Thank you for keeping track of me, taking care of me.
I did too.
All right, well done. We are prepared for the afternoon. We've handicapped. We've got our sunscreen. We're hydrating. The water's off to the side here. Now let's take a look at our full card selections for this Saturday card at Keeneland. 10-race card, featured races, the Elkhorn and Ben Ally. And we've got...
We agree quite a bit today.
First race,
fifth race, 6th race.
9th race, 10th race.
Yeah. So we do agree a lot today. And by the way things have been going, it's good for me. You've been Scotty too hotty.
Things have been going pretty well.
I'm just trying to jump on the wagon here.
All right.
Try to get a couple of wins.
There's plenty of room for you, Gabby Gaudette. Make sure you download the Keeneland Race Day app. That is available on your smartphone or tablet, and you'll have access to our full card selections each and every day. So many folks come across us and ask us, who do you like today? Who do you like today? And we're scrambling to get things done. Download the Keeneland Race Day app. They're all there for you right there. You got write-ups. We've got, I've adjusted with the scratches today on the Keeneland Race Day app, so there you go. You'll have them right at your fingertips each and every race day on the Keeneland Race Day app.
All right.
Social media?
Yep. Keeneland Racing, at Keeneland Racing.
That's for Twitter, for Facebook, at Keeneland, Instagram, at Keeneland, and TVG2. If you want to catch up with us on Today at Keenland each and every day. We're available on TVG2 every race day here at Keenland. If you don't have TVG2 in your home, download the Watch TVG app right now. That's available on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. It is free to download. And also another aspect of the Watch TVG app is we're quickly approaching Derby week. There's going to be a lot of content there to get caught up on Derby prep races. You want to look back at replays instead of having to scramble around on your laptop, your iPad, your tablet, whatever it might be. It's all right there, and you can throw it up on your big screen at home. So download that Watch TVG app. It's going to be something that you utilize not only to catch Today at Keenland, but to preparing for these stakes races each and every weekend, and especially the big one on the first Saturday in May. All right, the Elkhorn is where we shall start. The Grade 2 Elkhorn worth $350,000 and brings together a phenomenal field, including Channel Maker, multiple Grade 1 winner up in New York. We haven't seen him since the Breeders' Cup Turf, where he was 5th behind Yabir, eventual champion turf horse here in the United States. That Godolphin runner who has been so sensational over the course of his career. He's 8 now, so we'll see how he fares. But these English channels just seem to get better and stay as consistent as they are at younger ages and get better with age, so I don't think it'll be an issue. But I'm going to go to a horse that, here's another English channel, he's 6 years old, $4,500 Keenland September yearling, who has made over $765,000. Grade 1 winner, won the Mr. D, formerly the Arlington Million, back last summer, and we had a chance to be there every time this horse raced this past winter down at the fairgrounds. And he progressed up to where he got to in the Mervyn Muniz, which we're going to show back to you right now. Because the longer the better for this horse. It took him some time to get going, and I truly think that he's going to even build further off of this run in the Muniz on the 26th of March. He gets to the front. James Graham knows how to ride this horse. Mac Robertson, he's training in part for his father, Hugh. Hugh Robertson says all the time that 2 Emmys does not have to have the lead, that he can come from off the pace if that scenario presents itself, because maybe Tiberius Mercurius is a horse that goes out there, so maybe they track off of him. I love this horse. It's quite a story, being a $4,500 September sale yearling from 2017 and the money that he has made. Obviously, the Chicago connections are going to be near and dear to my heart for the rest of my life. So, and he ran well here last fall in the Sycamore, and he was beat on the square by a horse by the name of Spooky Channel for Jason Barkley. So give me 2 Emmys in this Grade 2 Elkhorn. As far as the second selection, you got to use Channel Maker. He will be the favorite. He is just a classy horse. He's made over $3.4 million. And then Bema's Boy down on the inside. I think that the step back up and trip will be a positive for him. He won the Pan American, that's a 1.5-mile race back in 2020. He's had a couple of comeback prep races at shorter distances, and he builds up to this. Another veteran of the scene, another success story on a relatively inexpensive yearling, $20,000 Keeneland September yearling of 2016. He's made over $311,000. So 3-5-1, that's my play in the Grade 2 Elkhorn today.
I agree with you. My biggest opinion in this race, scratch the number 4 Phantom Currency. I really liked him stretching out to a distance of ground today, but with him out, I do default into the number 3 2 Emmys. And that's a huge scratch, because I thought that 2 Emmys was going to have to, deal with some pressure on the front end with Phantom Currency. I truly thought that those were the 2 fastest horses early. With him out, it does change the pace of the race, and it does change my opinion of the race. I think 2 Emmys is going to go. I don't think that they should wait on Tiberius Mercurius, his best weapon is his speed. He's got a lot of natural speed. I know the connections think that he's able to rate, but in a race like this, you just have to go and have everybody else kind of play catch-up. So I used him on top. Channel Maker, he's still very good, Scott, but he's not – I don't think he's shown – last year what he did 2 years ago. If you just look at his numbers, he was winning Grade 1s, the Sword Dancer, the Turf Classic. He finished 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Turf. We'll take you back to that to that performance at Keenland. This was in the 2020 Breeders' Cup Turf. And he went out to the front end under Manny Franco, set the pace, and then just faded to finish 3rd, and they're beating a length against Tarnawa and Magical. And since then, I just don't think he was in the best form last year, so I don't know what to make of him coming back as an 8-year-old. That said, this isn't a Grade 1. There are some nice horses in here, but this is not a grade 1. So maybe this is what he needs to get back on track. And then Bema's boy, I think he'll be tactically positioned with the added distance towards the inside. 3-5-1, but I do think that. Do you think Channel Maker will be the favorite, or do you think 2 Emmys will be?
I don't have a grasp on that. I really don't.
Yeah, that's going to be a tricky one, but I think if Channel Maker is the favorite, I think he's a bet against today.
All right, so those are our opinions of the co-feature on the day. The grade 2 Elkhorn. It goes as race number 9. We're going to go back one race to race number 8 to the grade 3 Ben Ally, and there is a scratch of title ready on the outside, but this is a very evenly matched field. You've got Warrant as the morning line favorite in this spot for Brad Cox. He was second in the Santa Anita handicap behind Express Train, who has gotten good here as of late out on the West Coast for trainer John Sheriffs. He ended up 9 clear of Stiletto Boy, who also has developed into a nice horse. But I think this is a little tougher group, to be honest with you. And I love Express Train. I mean, Express Train would be the favorite, but I think this might even be a deeper group, more depth to it than what he saw in the big cap last time out. But I've got Dynamic One on top. Another Keenland September yearling from 2019, $725,000. The biggest thing for me with this colt, the idea I have with this Union Rags colt, is the distance. Just getting back out to a 1 1/8 will take you back to his last 1 1/8 run. This was on the 30th of July at Saratoga in the Keenland Stakes, and he's able to find his stride late with that added distance. And he's had 2 runs, he's had 2 runs since then. The Travers, when he tried to tackle Essential Quality, and then the move into the Grade 3 Challenger at Tampa Bay Downs, what looks to be a prep race for this one. So just getting to stretch those legs a little bit further with that extra 16th of a mile, I think will benefit him here this afternoon. A horse that broke his maiden going a 1 1/8 at Aqueduct. He's 3 for 3 in the money going the distance. So I'll take Dynamic One on top for St. Elias Stable, Rapoli Stable, and the 5th stable who bred him. Underneath the 3 Proxy, saw him school here a couple of days back. He is a gorgeous colt, well-bred. He's by Tappet out of this, that nice mare, Panty Raid for Godolphin. He ran against Olympiad, who would be 3 to 5 if he showed up in this race. That's how good Olympiad has been this year. And then Mighty Heart, the old boy that just tries. I mean, he's not the biggest horse, but he lives up to his name. The Canadian 2-time Horse of the Year. He comes off the 4-month layoff. He'll lay it down there and give it his best shot. So give me 4, 3, and 2 in the Grade 3 Ben Ally.
He's a very cool horse. He's an easy horse to root for. He does always try. I went to Proxy as my top selection here for Mike Sidham, but if I do recall, Michael, a couple of years ago, maybe last year I guess it would be, he said that this horse can be really tricky, really complicated. He's like the typical Tappet. You don't know what you're going to get, what side of the bed he's going to wake up on that day. But last time out, I thought it was actually a strange performance. I'll take you back to the Grade 2 New Orleans Classic because, Scott, it looked like, I was watching this race live. I think you were there on site. It looked like he was going to finish last. Coming around the turn, it looked like he was kind of sucking back. He was going to finish last. And then at the quarter pole, he found a second wind. He came back, and he almost beat Olympiad. I mean, Olympiad, like you said, is a horse that's been posting triple-digit buyer speed figures each and every single time. It was a weird race for me, but I do think I think Brian Hernandez Jr. having the experience on him in the last 2 starts is only going to help him because he is a tricky horse. I think he needs to be covered up. He needs to get those competitive juices flowing and then make that right time move. He's got a tremendous amount of talent, but he is a little bit of a tricky horse. I did use him on top. I used the 5 Warrant in second. I kind of agree with you with all the points that you made. And then Scalding is the 7. Now, Scalding went against Dynamic One last time out in the Grade 3 Challenger. I just like this horse's natural speed. He's got more speed than Dynamic One, and I think that is what kind of turned the tables last time out. So with that outside post, I think they're going to go and go from there. With Dynamic One, he just kind of looked like he was spinning his wheels, and I don't know if he didn't necessarily like the track that day, but it took him a long time to get going, and that's my fear. I mean, the 1 1/8 will help him. Right. But horses like that, you kind of have to be much the best, almost like Malathot was yesterday.
And, yeah, I'm taking a swing here. There's no question about it with Dynamic One, but I'm convinced that the mile and an eighth is going to be the separator for him against this group. Let's find out more about the morning line favorite. Let's go to Tom Leach.
Brad Cox is going to put the saddle on Warrant in the Grade 3 Ben Ally. Big run last time. Was that his best race?
Yeah, I think by far it was, his first chance at a Grade 1. He ran really, really well. Shipped back to the fairgrounds. Recovered fairly quick, and we've had this race on our target for a while, and, we're kind of thinking this could be propel him to maybe the Hollywood or Santa Anita Gold Cup at the end of May. We thought this race really fit well on the schedule.
Was that last race a move forward that he can sustain that level of numbers?
I think so. He's a nice horse. He took a while for us to get him to the races, and he's kind of I wouldn't say, mentally it has taken him a while to figure it out, but he's really come around. He's never been off the board. He's very consistent. I think the further the better. So the mile and an eighth, mile and a quarter, anywhere in that area is what he wants.
What's the key for the rider to be able to get the best out of him?
Well, Flavian rode him extremely well last time. So break, get a good position, and he stays on. So I think he wants to be somewhat up in the mix early like he was last time, and we'll see what happens.
How are the Derby horses doing?
Fantastic. Zozo's had a fantastic work this morning. Cyberknife's going to breeze tomorrow morning. And then Tawny Port just have the one move. Obviously ran last weekend here in the Lexington. He'll just have the one breeze next weekend, a week out before the Derby.
Good luck.
Thanks, Tom.
It's Brad Cox, Warrant, the favorite in the Ben Ally.
Busy time for a barn like Brad Cox, balancing these big stakes races here at Keenland and also getting those 3-year-olds ready, and obviously other horses as well for those big stakes races that are coming up over in Louisville in just a couple weeks' time. So we appreciate Brad and Tom there on Warrant. Sounds like a return trip to Southern California will be coming for him at the end of May, as he said, in the Santa Anita Gold Cup. Let's jump into our Trip Note Pros segment, and we're going to double up on the Trip Note Pros because it's been so well received. Keeneland.com/TripNotePros is where you can find these for the entire card for all the runners. And race number 7, Gam's Mission, this was on the 26th of March. She did good work to make up ground versus a slow pace and flow that benefited the front runners. A big effort from off the pace. She was likely best on this day. Big finish versus slow pace. Poor turf trip and best question mark in that 7th race, or in that last race, I should say, which took place at the end of March. And then Unikey in race number 10, the number 3 horse. He showed a big speed to recover after subpar beginning, overcame some tough in-between spots early, and finished like a pro to defeat a very live group while going away. Recovery, bad spots, jockey upgrade, live race. So those are the 2 that you need to take note of in race number 7, Gam's Mission, and then race number 9, Unikey. Clocker Report, let's see if they can continue to stay hot. If you followed the Clocker Report yesterday, you made some money. And today, Uptown Hustler in race number 2, that's the number 10 horse, worked in 59-4, training at Keenland impressively, gets high percentage rider, trainer 30% debut and 27% first on turf. And then Seasons in race number 5, worked half a mile in 48-1. Only bad race was on synthetic training, while first time in training barn 30%, all systems go. So race 2, the 10, race 5, the 3.
That's an interesting horse. I looked at that horse for a long time for Josie Carroll, the 3 in race 5, and then the hot connections that they speak of, Wesley Ward and Irad Ortiz Jr. Isn't it crazy how much ground Wesley has made up in the last 2 weeks? Because he didn't have a great opening week. I mean, he won a couple of races, but then it was like he can't lose now.
I think, and this has happened before, so much of his success or needing to some time to get going has to do with the weather, right? And the work schedule. He talked about sending horses up to Turfway Park to work on the synthetic track and things of that nature, and other horses coming up from Gulfstream, or I shouldn't say Gulfstream, from South Florida. But I think maybe just getting a few more works under their belt, and those horses that didn't have to run at the beginning of the meet got the barn rolling a little bit.
He's definitely picked it up.
He sure has. Turf Pick 3, what did it pay yesterday?
$1,700.
$1,783. $3 minimum wager. It starts in race number 5 today. I'll use the top 2 selections that I've got. Infinite Potential, who's clearly better on turf, and the number 5 horse, Nevisian Sunrise, for Chad Brown, a filly that comes off the 10-month layoff, but she was stakes placed in her most recent start. She'll be probably going to be the favorite there, pretty clear favorite. 1 and 5 in that 3rd level allowance race, race number 7. I Hear You and Keeper of Time coupled in that entry, so you actually get 3 horses here, but 2 betting interests. And then the number 5 horse, Gam's Mission for Cherie DeVoe, comes out of the Tom Benson, defeated by She Can't Sing, who was in tremendous form down at Fairgrounds this past meet, and then close it out in the 9th, that being the Elkhorn, and going to use Bema's Boy, and as well as 2 Emmys and Channel Maker for a $36 ticket. Make sure you ask for the Turf Pick 3 if you're playing it, or look for it as its own event if you're playing on the self-service terminals here at Keenland.
Late pick 4, $36 play, using both halves of the entry there, the 1 and 1A, and the number 5, Gam's Mission, I definitely wanted to include as well. The 8, Market Rumor for Ian Wilkes, and then the 9 in there for Brad Cox as well, coming out of Graded Stakes Company. The 8th race, the 3 and the 5, Proxy, and the 5, Warrant. Those are my 2 horses in there. The 9th race, the Grade 2 Elkhorn, using the 3 that we both agree on, the 1, 3, and the 5, Channel Maker, Bema's Boy, 2 Emmys. And then finally we get to the last race, the 1A, the 3, and the 9. The 1 is a scratch. But Uniki, as we mentioned there, for trainer Terry Pompey. And then we also have the 1A to the outside, Momentous, and the 9B, Sud, for trainer Dallas Stewart, who kind of looks like the horse to beat there in that last race. A $36 play.
Just jump into our best angles of the day. I'm going to go to the nightcap in that maiden, or excuse me, should say first level allowance race. 7 furlongs the distance. These are straight 3-year-olds. Uniki, you can see, is the 3-1 morning line favorite. I go to the second choice, B Sud, at 7-2. This is a colt by Jimmy Creed that comes off of a performance where he was down at Oaklawn Park. He was defeated by, in my opinion, a serious sprinter in Cogburn. So getting a little bit of relief here today. I respect Uniki. There's no doubt about it, for Terry Pompey and Irad in the saddle. But I'll go with this runner who has run well here in the past. In his debut, he was 3rd in what turned out to be an extremely live race on October 9th of last year. 3rd behind Kaylee's Brother and Trademark. There he is, highlighted right now. And this was his debut. He would follow this up with a 7-furlong victory at Churchill Downs less than a month later, coming from just off the pace. So I give him a pass on that race. It was also a comeback race, and maybe he's a horse that just needs a race to get going, as we've seen from him as far as the pattern in his 3 starts. So B Sud, I think he gets the setup as well. He's going to have some pace out in front of him. Give me an across-the-board play, 10 to win, 10 to place, 10 to show. It'll cost you $30 if you want to ride with me in race number 10.
All right, I'm going to take us to a little bit earlier in the card. This race kicks off the pick 6 and the $3 Keenland Turf pick 3. This is race 5, a mile on the turf. And Navisian Sunrise is the 9-5 favorite. That's going to be my best angle of the day. I just think that you might even, I think you could even single her in this race. She just seems like the class of the field. The layoff is not an issue for me. Chad Brown can ready these horses off of long layoffs, but she hasn't been seen since June of last year at Belmont in the Wild Applause. And we'll take you back to that last race where she finished 3rd against Runaway Rumor. So the filly that she lost to, she went on that season to finish 2nd in the Grade 2 Sands Point. So she's not only a stakes winner, but I believe multiple graded stakes placed. This filly, she was really keen early. I didn't show that part, but she was pulling hard. And unfortunately, Irad Ortiz Jr. had to make that early move and was caught wide. And that's just such a hard move to make, whether you're on the turf or the dirt. That sustained run coming down the stretch is really tough. I like the post position. I think the key to her is to get her covered up and then angle out so she can come with that kick. Because when you have that type of turn of foot, you have to time your move correctly. So I think she's much the best in there. She is going to be, I'm going to key her on top of the trifecta over the 1, 3, 9 over the all. Dollar try, $10 play. I love her today.
Love her.
Love.
That's the one. You had the best single winner yesterday. She'll probably be about 3 to 5, won't she? Don't you think? I think so too.
Yeah.
Tom Leach, let's go to his long shot play of the day.
Long shot play on the Saturday card is the 10th horse in the 10th race, Legendary Lore. Legendary Lore was beaten just a length by Tawny Port 3 starts back. That's the horse that came back and won the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington. Also, I think this horse is going to be better on dirt than he was on the synthetic, where he spent the winter with his trainer, and this trainer does quite well on this particular angle of route to sprint. So let's see if we can get Legendary Lore home at a price.
Been carrying some momentum in the side bet of the day, Gabby.
I'm having nightmares about this.
You really are. You told me about a kind of a goofy dream we're not going to share, but you wasn't far off of a reality, the dream.
Yeah, it had to do with you doing really well, me doing really poorly, and me getting made fun of.
You had 3 winners from your top pick yesterday. I had 5. Not as good as the day before. I had 6.
Aussie Pride was probably my best opinion of the day yesterday.
Fenwick Station, was that his name? Fenwick Park?
Yeah, that was not Fenwick Park.
The horse in the 1.5 mile race.
Yes, that was a great call by you.
12-1 morning line, bet down to 4-1.
So what's today? What are we doing today?
Let's do the Ben Ally. I like that. You've got Proxy on top, and I'll take Dynamic 1. Just heads up.
I think that's fair.
Trying to let you get back in the game a little bit.
Okay.
Hashtag Team Scott if you want to play along with me. Hashtag Team Gabby. Hit us up on Twitter. Tell us who you're supporting. We're going to randomly pick whomever wins. If Team Gabby wins, obviously if you go in that direction, or if you go in the winning direction, hashtag Team Scott. We're going to select somebody off of Twitter and give you these beautiful corksicles.
Can I say something?
Of course you can.
I feel really good about tomorrow.
Tomorrow. What does it have to do with today, though? And today is National Take a Chance Day. Where is Isaac finding these national days?
I don't know, but I feel really good about tomorrow because I was in the zone handicapping. You know when you're like really in the zone and sometimes you're not so much in the zone? I just was really in the zone handicapping tomorrow.
Okay.
And a little bit on Wednesday.
Tomorrow's Military Day.
Oh, tomorrow's Military Day.
Keep that in mind. So we look forward to celebrating.
What kind of chance are you going to take today?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm going to Chris Stapleton tonight, and I'm not really a country music fan, so maybe that's it. That's what we'll be taking a chance on. But I'm taking a chance on my bets again today. That's what I'm doing. We're rolling right now, so keep the momentum going. For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy Elkhorn/Ben Ally Day and the final Saturday of this meet as we'll wrap up the meet next Friday. Good luck.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keenland September Yearling Sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners, and champions across the bay.
Echo Zulu parties. Life is good. Next go, superstar.
Go to the back. Good luck.
Electrified vehicles, nobody has more models than Toyota. From the Prius that started it all, to America's best-selling car Camry and best-selling SUV RAV4, to the affordably efficient Corolla and best-selling Highlander. And now, the first ever Tundra Hybrid that delivers 437 horsepower and an estimated 22 miles per gallon. They all come with a 10-year, 150,000-mile battery warranty. For all the latest offers, go to buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Keenland welcomes Pause and Listen to the Paddock. Pause and Listen is an all-female ensemble auditioned from within the University of Kentucky Women's Choir. They sing pop a cappella music and are wonderful ambassadors for the university, performing on a regular basis in concerts on and off campus and for various functions in the community. Today, Pause and Listen is pleased first to present our state song, My Old Kentucky Home.
The sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay. The corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. The young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by hard times come a-knocking at the door, then my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home. For my old Kentucky home, far away.
Please rise for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets with the bombs bursting gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keenland is proud to recognize Savannah Spring from Culinary as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Savannah.
In the event of an emergency, Keenland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keenland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keenland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the Paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse Paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the Paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the Paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and Life Members Room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor Clubhouse Paddock Dining Room and Clubhouse Tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the Paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the Paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the Paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
they're off. Allocate, quick into stride with Bachelorette, but there goes Very Wealthy to the inside. Very Wealthy will bring Shell Shock along up into the second position as Very Wealthy goes to the lead. Shell Shock, Bachelorette up on the outside. Yo Poeto is away running in fourth. Mrs. Nushi, fifth out in the center of the racetrack. Willie Marr sixth. Allocate broke well, but now drops out to the back of the pack, seventh and between horses gap of nearly three more. Back of that one to Cupid Strike, who was eighth and last for the move to the far turn. Very Wealthy and Shell Shock going at it for the lead, 23.14 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Those two on even terms. Break of 4 lengths back to Bachelorette, who's toward the inside third by a length. Mrs. Nushi fourth on the outside. Yo Poeto is in fifth. Allocate is still a long way back, a dozen lengths off the lead. Moving to the top of the stretch. Shell Shock ahead in front. Very Wealthy fights back to the inside. Gap of 5. Bachelorette is in third, trying to track down the top two, but the top two are coming toward the eighth pole, and Shell Shock has a narrow lead. Very Wealthy second, 5 lengths more. Back to Bachelorette third. Mrs. Nushi fourth. Yo Poeto is in fifth. Final furlong. Shell Shock the leader. Shell Shock by 2 to Very Wealthy. Gap of 5. Back to Yo Poeto. Bachelorette, Mrs. Nushi fifth. Past the 16th pole goes Shell Shock for Rafael Bejarano, and Shell Shock wins the opener. Very Wealthy was across the line in second, going to be close for third, either Yo Poeto or Bachelorette for that third spot. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 5, Shell Shock, owned by Nicholas Vacareza and J&G Stables, LLC, of Greg Nicolopoulos, trained. They are at the post. And they're off. There's Kevalina from the inside, along with Frippet and Edie's Candy, followed by Walkathon, who comes away running in the fourth position. Frippet moves up 1 lane off the rail for the lead, and Edie's Candy comes forward with her. Walkathon to third, Kevalina fourth. Pharaoh's Song moves up into fifth, starts to angle down toward the inside to try to save some ground around the first turn. And is followed by Rosia Bay, who is sixth against the rail. Paris, Kentucky, alongside of that one is seventh. Quarria Dream eighth. Sacred Kitten, 1 lane off the rail in ninth. What's to Do moves up 1 spot from 10th. Spartina 11th. Threeves Company is last of the 12. The opening quarter went in 23.24 seconds. Up the backstretch they go. Frippet against the rail, leads in a neck. Edie's Candy second, a length and a half to Kevalina, third by just a neck. Walkathon fourth up on the outside, then a gap of 2. Pharaoh's Song is in fifth, still a lane off the rail as they go to the far turn, 5 lengths off the lead. Rosia Bay sixth to her inside. Sacred Kitten's going to be wide in the 7th position after an opening half mile in 49.41 seconds. Frippet continues to lead 3/4 of a length. Edie's Candy is second by a length. Walkathon is third, a half length. Kevalina toward the inside is in fourth. Pharaoh's Song is fifth, going to have to go wide on the turn. They're going to stack up 4 wide for the lead. Pharaoh's Song going to move widest of all. Frippet's there to the inside. Walkathon is 3 lanes off the rail. Edie's Candy is also there, but now fourth. Pharaoh's Song coming after Walkathon, and Frippet, who's still there toward the inside. Now Walkathon with a narrow lead. Walkathon chased all the way through the final furlong by Pharaoh's Song, then Frippet toward the inside, but Walkathon in front for Julien Leperoux, and Walkathon will win it. Frippet came back for second. Pharaoh's Song was third. Rosia Bay was fourth. Of Keeneland's second race, winning the Keeneland Julep Cup, number 8, Walkathon. The winner is owned and bred in Kentucky by Whittam Thoroughbreds, LLC of Janice Whittam, trained by Ian Wilkes, the jockey Julien Leperoux. Walkathon, a 3-year-old filly by Twirling Candy out of Walkabout by Stroll. A mile and a 16th over the turf listed good, 1 minute 44.14 seconds. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. Problems at the start for Bourbon Magic, who unseated the rider coming out of the gate. Number 1, Bourbon Magic unseated the rider coming out of the gate. Early battle up front between Jelly Nougat and Crimson and Cream for the lead as they head down into the first turn. Here's Crimson and Cream moving up on the outside, taking the lead from Jelly Nougat, who's there against the rail. Swath in close quarters between horses around the first turn. There goes Versatile moving to third. Swath backs away toward the inside in fourth. Heston fifth up on the outside. Scattershack is 3 wide in the sixth position. Snowscape is in seventh. Arrow Strike is eighth. Loco is ninth for the move up the back stretch. The opening quarter, 24.39 seconds. And the leader, Crimson and Cream. Crimson and Cream leads it by just a length. Versatile second ahead. Jelly Nougat right there tucked away behind the leader in third, challenging for second against the rail. Here's Heston to join that pair. Moves up from fourth to third and now challenges for second, a length and a half off the lead as they head for the far turn. Scattershack out in the center of the track is in fifth, 3 from the front. Swath gets shuffled back 2 positions down toward the inside. 49.26 the time for the opening half mile. 3-way shuffle for the lead on the far turn now. Crimson and Cream against the rail leads it by a neck to Versatile. Heston stacks up to their outside. Scattershack is fourth, center of the track, still a length and a half off the front trio. Now Jelly Nougat needs room. Jelly Nougat is going to move carefully between horses as they move off the turn. Had to make a move to the four-path off the top of the turn, into the stretch, short stretch here, and has the lead. So Jelly Nougat leads it by 2. Coming past the 8th pole, Scattershack has been lingering on the outside the whole way and is there and is running and takes aim at Jelly Nougat. Jelly Nougat short lead, though, and here comes the wire in the short stretch. Jelly Nougat, Luis Saez to win it from Scattershack. Home second, Crimson and Cream third, and Arrow Strike was home in fourth. Race unofficial winner number 2, Jelly Nougat, owned and bred in Kentucky by Summer Place Farm, LLC, of Louise Lally, trained by Eddie Keneally, the jockey Luis Saez. Jelly Nougat, 3-year-old gelding. First wire, they are at the post, and they're off. There goes Jump into the Fire. There goes Since You Left from the outside. These two come to the front. Absolute Love comes away running in third. Jump into the Fire against the rail now leads them into the first turn. Since You Left is second up on the outside, followed by Absolute Love, who gets down next to the rail in third. Then a break of nearly 5 more lengths. Back to Sing Song Bird. Tell Her to Sing alongside of that one. Jazzy Lady unhurried early on at the back. Opening quarter, 23.81 seconds. Jazzy Lady 8 lengths off the lead. And the leader, Jump into the Fire, guides the field off the first turn, onto the backstretch, leads it by a length. Since You Left is second by 2. Absolute Love is third by 3. Tell Her to Sing is fourth by a neck just outside of Sing Song Bird. Gap of 2 more back of that pair, and Jazzy Lady continues to trail 7 lengths from the leader. The first half mile went in 47.59 seconds. Jump into the Fire continues to show the way at the entry to the far turn by 2 lengths. And then Since You Left in the second position, followed by Absolute Love in third. Sing Song Bird is fourth to the inside. Tell Her to Sing fifth on the outside. And Jazzy Lady is still last, 6 lengths from the front, midway on the far turn. Jump into the Fire leads at a length. Absolute Love is second by 3. Now Jazzy Lady is trying to get going from the back. She's picked up 3 positions, now goes to fourth, now challenging for third, still 6 from the lead. As they move into the short stretch, Jump into the Fire has the lead by 2 lengths. Absolute Love is second. Jazzy Lady still third up on the outside into the final furlong. And it is Jump into the Fire with a 3.5 length margin and deep stretch. Jazzy Lady challenging Absolute Love for second, but well behind Jump into the Fire, who wins it for Colby Hernandez. Jazzy Lady did get second. Absolute Love was third. Sing Song Bird fourth. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race, the unofficial winner, number 5, Jump into the Fire, owned by Andrew Warren, trained by Ben Colebrook. The winning jockey is Colby Hernandez. Jump in. They are at the post. And they're off. Off we go, 6 feet apart, Iron Lady away. Iron Lady away. Now comes to the front. Kona Kai is there to the inside. 6 feet apart, close up third up on the outside, followed by Ursulina fourth. Dynamite Gift is away running in fifth. Salvaje down to the inside in sixth. Off we go. Center of the course is now in seventh. Cruz Bay, just to her inside, is in the eighth position. And then Only Kidding is down to the inside in ninth. Sand and Sea is in 10th. Note to Bene, last of the 11, 21.82 seconds for the opening quarter. Iron Lady away, the leader by a length, 6 feet apart, second by a length. Kona Kai is third down toward the inside. Dynamite Gift is in fourth. Ursulina is in fifth. Salvaje is looking for running room, but sixth in some traffic down toward the inside. 6 feet apart coming after Iron Lady away. Sand and Sea is trying to run late to the rail, but still far back of the leader. Late charge from Cruz Bay on the outside. Salvaje and Sand and Sea need room behind Iron Lady away. Cruz Bay comes from the outside. Salvaje is trying to get through Cruz Bay. Late charge from Only Kidding. Photo for the win. Multiple horse photo for the win in today's fifth. Of Keeneland's fifth race, the Margot. Number 5, Salvaje, owned by Belladonna Racing LLC of Portia Brooks, owned by Backstretch Farms Incorporated of David DeVilla, owned by Rick Howard, the trainer Sherry DeVoe, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Salvaje. They are at the post. And they're off. There's Storm Kiss from the inside. Olivia Darling from between horses, and Lovely Lisa outrunning in third. Storm Kiss moves up the inside. Olivia Darling right alongside to join her up front. K. Robin Dorada will try to move up in the center of the racetrack just outside of Lovely Lisa. Further back, it is Knowing Glance who's down to the inside in fifth. Moofy between horses in sixth, now fifth, now challenging for fourth. Moves up carefully through some traffic. One lane off the rail does Moofy. In the fourth position now, just 2.5 lengths off the lead. And Tale of Reddy Chianti trails as they head for the far turn. That first quarter, 22.81 seconds. Storm Kiss, the leader. Olivia Darling second, less than a length separate the top two. K. Robin Dorada is third up on the outside, nearly 2 lengths off the lead. Moofy is still 1 lane off the rail. In the fourth position, looking toward the inside, just under 3 lengths from the leader, just over a quarter mile to go. Then Tale of Reddy Chianti. Knowing Glance drops out toward the back of the pack. Lovely Lisa is last. They turn for home. Moofy finds an opening against the rail. Here comes Moofy scooting through the inside. K. Robin Dorada has clear sailing from the outside. This pair moving on either side of Storm Kiss. Moofy to the lead at the 8th pole. Moofy by 2 lengths. And then K. Robin Dorada in second. Storm Kiss third. Olivia Darling fourth. At the 16th pole, it's Moofy for Luis Saez by 5 lengths. Late run from Olivia Darling. Moofy gives Saez his second win on the card. Olivia Darling was second. K. Robin Dorada was third. And Storm Kiss was fourth. Of Keeneland's sixth race, the Spruce Lane Farm, number 3, Moofy. Owned by the Augustin stable of George Strawbridge Jr., who bred the winner in Kentucky. The trainer, Jonathan Thomas, 2 wins today for Fire. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Making It. Graze the Boy has speed. Graze the Boy now goes to the front. Here's Silver Spur kicking in down toward the inside. There goes Silver Spur up for the lead. Graze the Boy goes second, Making It third. And then Stay Restless fourth up on the far outside. Bright Prospector moves up against the rail, picks up 1 position, and now moves up into the 4th position. Stay Restless slides back 1 lane off the rail in 5th. And then Afshan is 3 wide in 6th. Moving up 2 positions around to the outside of Bringer of Rain, who is 7th. Aussie Pride is racing in 8th. Carlin's Malibu is 9th. Makamat is 10th. Always Above is 11th and last for the move up the backstretch. Opening quarter went in 23.74 seconds. Silver Spur, the leader, by 3/4 of a length. Graze the Boy, second in between horses, Making It third, stacks up to the far outside. Less than a length separates the top 3, midpoint of the backstretch. And then Bright Prospector, who's 4th toward the inside. Afshan is going to be caught wide outside of Stay Restless, who's now in the 6th position. Afshan going to be about 4 wide at the entry to the far turn, still over 3 lengths off the lead. 48 seconds flat, the time for the first half mile. Silver Spur, the leader, 3/4 of a length. Making It second, Bright Prospector third. Afshan is 4th fourth up on the outside, now taking third, still 2 lengths off the lead. Aussie Pride tries to get into contention, has to swing wide, 5 lengths off the lead from fifth. They're already past the quarter pole. Aussie Pride moves out in the center of the track, coming after Making It. Afshan is now third. Silver Spur has lost ground to the inside and is followed by Bright Prospector, who tries to move up fifth, but Aussie Pride just keeps on running, clears all the traffic, has the lead into the final furlong for Joel Rosario. Aussie Pride opens up by 3 on Making It in second, then Afshan. Aussie Pride wins it, Making It second, Afshan third, Bright Prospector fourth. Winner of Keenland's 7th race, the Oakwind number 6 Aussie Pride, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Bill Mott, the jockey Joel Rosario. Aussie Pride, a 4-year-old son of They are at the post. And they're off. There goes British Royalty to the front in the opening strides, but will have company in the form of Fenwick Station. Fenwick Station is going to move by and take the lead. Risk-taking is forwardly placed, heading onto that far turn for the first time and moves up into second. Fenwick Station gets over to the rail, leads it by a length. Risk-taking is second by 3/4 of a length here early on. And then British Royalty, who's toward the inside, in third, a length and a half. Followed by Celerity, who's 3 wide around the turn. In fourth, Sabolian is in fifth position. Modus Operandi is sixth in between horses as they move through the stretch for the first time. And then further back, Jimmy Dan, Reigning Spirit back toward the rail, and Blanket of Roses, who is last. Back up front, though, it is Fenwick Station who shows the way for Luis Saez, risk-taking second on the outside, 25.29 seconds, the time for that opening quarter with 1 circuit to go. British Royalty is in third, Celerity is in fourth, Sabolian is fifth. And then Modus Operandi between horses in sixth, just over 5 lengths off the lead, Jimmy Dan, Reigning Spirit, and Blanket of Roses at the back. It was 50.65 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Back up front, Fenwick Station continues to lead. Fenwick Station by a length. Risk-taking is second on the outside by almost a length. Back to British Royalty, who's still tucked away in third. Celerity fourth on his outside. Then Sabolian. Modus Operandi, who's outward from the rail, in fifth, still 6 lengths from the lead. Jimmy Dan, Reigning Spirit, Blanket of Roses at the back. 6 furlongs, 116.24. They're at the midpoint of the backstretch, and Fenwick Station the leader. Fenwick Station by 1 length. Risk-taking still there in second by a length. British Royalty is third, 3/4 of a length. Then Celerity in fourth position onto the far turn. Sabolian, Modus Operandi, who is sixth on the outside, still 5 lengths off the lead, has to go toward the center of the course, picks up 1 position. Now another position is up to fourth, but still nearly 5 from the front. Midway on the far turn, Fenwick Station leading, risk-taking by a length and a half. British Royalty third toward the inside, then Sabolian, then Modus Operandi. That pair still 5 from the front, 1/4 mile to go, and Fenwick Station to catch. Fenwick Station leads it by 2. British Royalty now has clear running. Modus Operandi comes late on the far outside, and then Sabolian from between horses. British Royalty right alongside of Fenwick Station, who's responding thus far to the test, still has the lead in deep stretch. Fenwick Station. Luis Saez has his third win on the card. Close for second, either British Royalty or Sabolian for that runner-up spot. The unofficial winner of Keeneland's 8th race, the Andrew Farm, number 9, Fenwick Station. 2 wins today for the owner-trainer-jockey combination, owned by Summer Place Farm LLC of Louise Lally, trained by Eddie Keneally, the jockey Luis Saez, who has his 3rd win overall on the card. Fenwick Station, a 5-year-old gelded son of Magician out of Wickapeco by Corinthian, bred in Kentucky by Lantern Hill Farm. Keeneland sales graduate gets the 1.5 miles over. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off in the Baird Double Dog Dare Stakes. There goes Lady Mystify, and there goes Super Quick. Crazy Beautiful's going to join that pair as they head down to the first turn. Super Quick will have the lead from the inside. Lady Mystify will go second on the outside. Crazy Beautiful is in third position. And then Malathat, who has switched lanes off the rail from the inside starting spot, is a lane off the rail now in the 4th position, just over 5 lengths off the early leads. Got Audrey's time to her inside, and Bonnie South will trail early. Opening quarter is on the board in 23.74 seconds. On to the backstretch they go. Lady Mystify, the leader now. Lady Mystify has opened up by nearly 3 lengths. Super Quick is second by 6. Back to Crazy Beautiful in third a length. Malathat fourth on the outside. Audrey's time is 5th back toward the inside, and a gap of 2.5 more back to Bonnie South, who is last after an opening half mile in 46.89 seconds. Lady Mystify, the leader. Lady Mystify leads it by nearly 4 lengths. Onto the far turn. Super Quick is second by 3. Malathat third a half length, just outside of Crazy Beautiful. Audrey's time is next, and Bonnie South is last as they round the far turn. Lady Mystify still leads it. Lady Mystify by 3.5 lengths back to Super Quick, who's second a length. Malathat is third up on the outside as they come to the quarter pole. Then Crazy Beautiful. Bonnie South, who tries to get going from the back, and then Audrey's time last. Top of the short stretch. Lady Mystify has been collared now by all kinds of challengers. Malathat, Super Quick, Bonnie South on the far outside as they move by the 8th pole. Final furlong of the Bear Double Dog Dare. Malathat to the lead. Bonnie South is running on from the outside towards second. Malathat the leader. Bonnie South running out of time. Here's the wire. Malathat, a successful season's debut, winning the Bear Double Dog Dare under John Velasquez. Malathat, owned by the Shadwell stable of Gregory Clark, trained by Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez, the winning child. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Musical Design, outrunning for the early lead. Jazz Time Girl is away quickly. Ms. Maribel also scoots up down toward the rail. Ms. Maribel to the lead. Musical Design is second. Icy River is third. Jazz Time Girl is fourth. Shannon fifth. Honorably sixth up on the outside. Devilly is seventh back toward the inside. On the rise is eighth. My Lily May is in ninth. Teasing is 10th. And then Lady Pele in 11th. Colonel Abby B. last to the 12 onto the far turn. 21.89 seconds for the opening quarter. Ms. Maribel leading Musical Design only by a half length. As they round the turn, here's Jazz Time Girl trying to angle wide outside of Shannon, who's there in between horses to the top of the stretch. Devilly looks for running room to the inside. Jazz Time Girl has to swing to the outside. Musical Design and Ms. Maribel moving up, and also Shannon right there between horses as well, followed by Devilly, who's in behind horses. My Lily May, fifth. It is Shannon in front. Musical Design, Devilly to the inside. My Lily May, Shannon with the lead by 2 lengths. Shannon in front at 24-1. Shannon to win the nightcap. Kingland's 10th and final race, the Warrendale. Number 6, Shannon, owned by Phalaris LLC of Andreas Bezzola, owned also by IC Racing LLC of trainer Ignacio Correas. Vincent Cheminot, the winning jockey. Shannon, a 4-year-old filly. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keenland Racecourse, where the main track is fast, the turf listed good, the temporary rail is down today on the turf course. Time now for a look at the program changes. Race 1 is where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes and also the early pick 5 begins. There are no changes in that first race. Second race, start of the early pick 4, scratch number 6, Bendetti Joe. Scratch number 6, Bendetti Joe. Third race, overweight, number 4, Danzel, the jockey, 2 pounds over. That's number 4, Danzel, the jockey, 2 pounds over. Fourth race has no changes. Race 5 is where the pick 6 begins, no carryover. It's also the start of the Keenland Turf Pick 3 made up of races 5, 7, and 9. There are no changes in that fifth race. Race 6, start of the late pick 5. Overweight, number 3, Cat Wings, jockey 1 pound over. That's in the sixth race, number 3, Cat Wings, the jockey 1 pound over. Seventh race, start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 7, Flippant, and scratch the 11, Misty Vale. That's in the seventh race, scratch number 7, Flippant, and scratch the 11, Misty Vale. Jockey change for part of entry, number 1, I Hear You, the jockey, John Velasquez. Again, jockey change for part of entry, number 1, I Hear You, the jockey, John Velasquez. Eighth race, the Ben Ally, scratch number 8, Title Ready. That's in the eighth race, scratch number 8, Title Ready. Race 9, the Elkhorn. Scratch number 4, Phantom Currency. That's in the ninth race, scratch number 4, Phantom Currency. 10th and final race, there is a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $11,731. In that 10th race, scratch part of entry, number 1, Great Escape. Scratch number 4, Tough to Tame. And scratch number 6, Giant Nova. That's in the 10th race. Scratch part of entry, number 1, Great Escape. Scratch number 4, Tough to Tame. And scratch number 6, Giant Nova. Those are the current program changes. Right now, let's check in with Scott Hazelton.
Good afternoon, Kurt Becker, and welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Scott Hazelton alongside Gabby Gaudette as we've got 10 races in front of us. Perfect weather conditions here as we get set for the final weekend of the meeting. Don't forget, we'll be back next week, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday to close out the spring meet.
It's a beautiful day, Scott. I was driving in earlier today, and I could already see everybody hanging out, tailgating in the parking lot and up on the hill, and it's already packed here today. So beautiful afternoon and some nice stakes races, graded stakes races to look forward to later. And some really nice horses in those graded stakes races. We're going to touch on them right now before we get to race number 1. Starting with the 9th race, the Grade 2 Elkhorn Stakes, $350,000 on the line for these long-distance turf runners, 1.5 miles the distance. Channel Maker, the morning line favorite at odds of 2-1. The 2020 champion turf horse won the Eclipse Award back in 2020. We'll see if he can get back on track after a year of 2021 that did not provide him a victory. Yeah, and in those races in 2020, he won the Grade 1 Sword Dancer, the Grade 1 Turf Classic was third, and the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Turf. But he has been competing against Grade 1 company at least last year. I think this is a good spot to hopefully get him back on track. 2 Emmys is a very interesting horse. He looks to be the speed, and Mike Maker is always well represented in these long-distance turf races, and he's represented with the 1 Bema's Boy and the number 6 Tiberius Mercurius. Also on the card, race 8, the Ben Ally, Grade 3 event. This is for the older handicap horses on the dirt, 1.1 miles the distance. For this one, Warrant made the morning line favorite off of his runner-up finish, beaten just ahead in the Grade 1 Santa Anita handicap on March 5th. they've found with this horse that the longer he goes, the better he is. He was just a head away from a Grade 1 win last time out at Santa Anita. They're going to be pointing him for Gold Cup Day late May back at Santa Anita going 1.25 miles. So the question is, how do you feel about him at 1.125 miles? Do you think you can beat him? You and I both think we can beat him. I like Proxy. You like Dynamic One, but a very interesting race in the Grade 3 Ben Ally.
You've also got a two-time Canadian Horse of the Year in the Ben Ally, the number 2 horse, Mighty Heart, at 9-2, one of the hardest trying horses that you'll find in all of thoroughbred racing. So those are our 2 features today. Also in the nightcap, the 10th and final, we've got a Toyota Super High 5 carryover over $11,000, $11,731. Again, that's race number 10 today on this 10-race card. Post time for the 10th and final will be 5:48. We're less than 18 minutes away from kicking off this Saturday card. Race number 1, the start of the early pick 5 here at Keenland Racecourse, and 8-5 is what the number 3 horse sits at right now. Relentless Dancer for trainer Mike Maker, midshipman 5-year-old, comes out of a second level allowance, optional claiming types, in for 40 here today. And I think this race sets up for him going 6 furlongs, and also the drop down in class shouldn't hurt his chances either.
He's a horse that has some back class, Scott. He's graded stakes placed. He's even a stakes winner. He won a stakes race at Charlestown. He followed that up with a third-place finish in the Grade 3 Chick Lang on Preakness weekend at Pimlico back in 2020. His last race, I think, is a good sign of him kind of getting back to that back class, and I think this is a really competitive spot for him in for the $40,000.
The number 2 horse, Yes He Can, that's too big of a price in my opinion. 7-1 is what this Can the Man gelding is sitting at right now. He loves fast tracks, and he's going to get that today. And there he is, relaxed with the blinkers on. He's a 6-time winner from 12 starts on fast main tracks. So half the time that he catches a fast track, he's winning races. And his last few races were not bad, and he fits this $40,000 group, I think, to a T.
The problem with him, though, Scott, is he's posted to the inside. His running style is to go to the lead, and he's got to deal with the 5 Spycraft and the 6 Coppertown to his outside, who I think are a little bit faster.
And we'll go to Coppertown. We haven't seen him in 5 months. Last time we did, he was running for 40 and winning for 40. And Wesley Ward has him back here, and he looks plenty fit for this comeback. He's 9-5 right now.
Talking about horses with some back class, he's a graded stakes performer as well. He even competed in the Grade 1 Cigar Mile at one point in time. He was 2-1 in that race. He's not in that type of form, but he is in good enough form to win at this level, and he is very fast. I think Irad Ortiz Jr. is going to try to go to the lead, but he does have other speed to contend with, like the 5 Spycraft immediately to his inside.
That's my third choice, that number 5 horse coming off the 6-month layoff. Eddie Keneally continues to have a wonderful meet this spring at Keenland Racecourse. Like the way that this horse is presenting himself. He was run for $25,000 last October, and he was a winner that day. Somebody tried to claim him. They voided the claim, and now they've given him time off to come back here to Keeneland and raise him up. Actually, he's not even in for the tag. He gets the opportunity to waive the claiming price with this comeback race. So this is a very positive sign for a horse like Spycraft sitting at 9-2.
Well, when you give them the time to come back to the races, that's why I love the idea of a waiver claiming. When you put the money into it, when the owners put the money into getting a horse back to the races, you should be able to return at the same level and not be eligible for that claim. And that's what we see with him here today. For Eddie Keneally, as you mentioned, having a great meet so far, this horse at 9-2.
And then Charge the Line, the number 4 horse, will round it out. This for Greg Foley should be part of the pace and hopefully can move forward off of a okay race, we'll call it, at Fairgrounds in his last on the 16th of March.
His last win came a long time ago against much lesser competition, but he has been a horse that's been finishing in the money quite often, so maybe a horse that you want to play underneath, and that's where I put him in third at 14-1. The 3 Relentless Dancer is your current favorite as we kick off this fabulous afternoon. Early pick 5 wagering starts here.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, a $40,000 claiming price for these 4-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 5. Main track is fast. The turf is listed good. There are no changes in the first race. Post time at 8 minutes.
We start the front side observations with the current co-favorite. That's the number 6 horse, Copper Town. Horse that looks to have a bit of edge to him, and I think that's a positive coming off of this long layoff. Hasn't been seen in 5 months. Should be quick away from there, and we'll see if Wesley Ward can extend his lead in the trainer standings. He is right now 3 in front of Todd Pletcher, Brad Cox, and Chad Brown. He's 9 victories to their 6. So at 9-5, just click down to the favorite. Clear favorite here in race number 1. As we talked about, he has plenty of back class to lean on, and coming off this layoff, off of a victory, and for the $40,000 tag, looks well spotted here this afternoon for CHC Incorporated China Horse Club. There's the number 5 horse, Spy Craft, for Eddie Keneally. As we talked about, comes back in the perfect spot. I mean, comes back being able to waive the claiming tag in this situation off the 6-month layoff. And so they get an opportunity to try to go back-to-back with this runner, and he looks fit and ready to go. Not an ounce of fat on him. Well done to Eddie Keneally and his team, getting the son of Discreet Cat ready to roll here this afternoon. And then we'll go to the number 3 horse, Relentless Dancer, co-favored just a moment ago. No longer the case. We'll see if he gets the setup and can run him down late. I would imagine that he's outrun by those horses to his outside, and Luis Saez is going to have to work out a trip from off the pace. Good luck in the early pick 5. We've got 10 races ahead of us, starting here with race number 1 at Keeneland Racecourse.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. Horses fractious in the gate. Spycraft backs out. Late scratch in Keeneland's first race, scratch number 4, Charge the Line. Late scratch in Keeneland's first race, scratch number 4, Charge the Line, injured in the starting gate. Horses moving back into line for Keeneland's first. Ready for a start. They're off. There goes American Mandate quickly out for the lead. Spycraft comes away running in the second position. Yes, he can. Comes out third down toward the inside. Coppertown fourth up on the outside and is followed by Relentless Dancer between horses and Silent Movies, who is at the back, 5 lengths off the lead. American Mandate is the leader. American Mandate leads it by 3/4 of a length over to the far turn. Spycraft second, the same margin. Yes, he can. Coppertown to the outside of that one now moves up into third. Further back, Relentless Dancer, Silent Movies side by side at the back, 22.76 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. American Mandate, the leader. Spycraft draws alongside. Coppertown seeks to join them a length off the front pair and moving up in the center of the racetrack. And now Relentless Dancer has to swing 4 wide. Yes, he can. Looks for room from in behind horses as they turn for home. Coppertown, Relentless Dancer on the far outside. American Mandate to the inside. Spycraft fights on. Yes, he can. Now has some running room. Let's see what he can do from here. 1 lane off the rail. Relentless Dancer's out in the center of the track. Has a narrow lead. Coppertown there. Yes, he can. Needs to find more. Still third. Relentless Dancer's kicking on with a widening lead. Relentless Dancer, Luis Saez, move on for the finish. Relentless Dancer to win the opener. Close for second. Yes, he can. Or Coppertown for the runner-up spot.
They stacked up in front of him, and he had to go wide, but he used that wide trip off the turn to carry that momentum off the turn and utilize that late kick. Relentless Dancer, Luis Saez, having a nice weekend here at Keenland Racecourse.
A couple of horses stacked up on the front end, dueling on the lead and creating a good setup for this horse. It took him a while to kind of switch his leads and get his momentum going, but he certainly did, and an easy winner in the end. It's going to be a photo for second place, but no doubt about the winner. Relentless Dancer kicks off in race 1 at 8-5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 3, Relentless Dancer finished first. Number 2, Yes He Can was second. Number 6, Coppertown third. Number 5, Spycraft fourth. 3-2-6-5 Unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 3, Relentless Dancer, owned by Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Proscia, owned also by David Stoddicker, trained by Mike Maker, the jockey Luis Saez. Relentless Dancer, 5-year-old son of midshipman out of Passion for Words by Benchmark, bred in Louisiana by Paul Pruitt. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.07 seconds. Results of Keeneland's first race official, 3-2-6-5, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Started the early pick 4 as well. Turf is listed good. Temporary rail is down today. In this second race, scratch the 6, Bendetti Joe. Scratch number 6, Bendetti Joe. Looking ahead, third race, overweight, the 4, Danzel, the jockey, 2 pounds over. That's the third race, number 4, Danzel, the jockey, 2 pounds over. No changes in the fourth race, no changes in race 5. Main track is fast, turf is good.
Race number 2 starts the early pick 4 on this Saturday card, and we've got just one scratch in here. Take out the number 6 horse. Current favorite is the 10 at odds of 5-2. That is Uptown Hustler, first-time starter for trainer-owner Wesley Ward. I go to the 1 Trevice to start off the conversation. My top selection here, a American Pharoah filly who comes in with some solid turf sprints so far. I'm going to lean on her experience, Gabby, a filly that was recently 3rd. She comes second off of a pretty long layoff as well. So hopefully Raylu Gutierrez can get her away in good order, and she's a good price right now, 6-1.
I thought she was one of many horses in here that could potentially win this race. She is a filly going against the boys today, but her last race, she didn't get out of the gate very well, and that's never ideal in a turf sprint. She had to kind of make up for that, make an early move. So today, hopefully, a cleaner break, better performance.
You've got Atris on top. She seems to run the same race each and every time.
His last race was okay, but yes, I agree with you. He can be a little bit one-paced. I think he's better at 5.5 furlongs or even a bit longer. When you go back to his race last year here at Keenland, when he ran at 5.5 furlongs, he finished second, I thought, against a good group. So if he can build off of his last race, now stretching out a little bit to 5.5 furlongs, I think that could get him in the winner's circle. But Scott, the one concern with me, my concern with him is that he kind of needs a pace to materialize in front of him.
The 8-horse Lawmaker is 7-2 right now. That's 1 of 2 for Wesley Ward. His other one that he owns is the current favorite, but this horse is getting some attention, as you would expect. This is the second foal from the first dam, Red Sachet, who was a stakes winner on turf, colt by Uncle Mo. It was purchased a couple of years back at the Keenland September sale for $550,000, and Johnny Velasquez gets in the saddle.
You never know when Wesley Ward has 2 in a race, which one might be faster than the other. You have to pay attention to what the board is telling you. And I wouldn't say this horse is cold by any means, Scott, but the Wesley Ward runner, the number 10, Uptown Hustler, is a little bit lower on the board right now.
The number 10 horse is where we'll move to next. That is Uptown Hustler, a Keenland November sales graduate from 2019, purchased for just $34,000 and has some fast workouts coming in.
He does. He's by midshipman, and we obviously know that that is a good sire in terms of turf sprinters. There's nothing really notable on the bottom side, and this horse has been working for quite some time. But like I said, you have to trust the board, and the board is telling you that this horse is live.
And then Rum and Tonic, the number 7 horse, will round out the conversation here. A horse that hasn't been seen in 6 months, but he caught some pretty difficult company in those 2 maiden special weights that he ran last fall.
And his first race was 6.5 furlongs at Kentucky Downs. That, as we know, plays more true to a mile, so they stretched him out to the mile here at Keenland. He showed speed, faded. It was a heavy ground that day, so a couple of things were working against him. I think ultimately he's just a better sprinter, and that's where he finds himself today off the layoff.
Race number 2, less than 15 minutes to post. Reminder, this starts the early pick 4 on the Saturday card here at Keenland.
The horses are entering the track for Keenland's second race, the Blandford Stud, a maiden special weight for 3-year-olds and up. 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good. Temporary rail is down today. Scratch the 6, Bendetti Joe. Again, scratch the 6, Bendetti Joe. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Turf is good. The main track is listed fast. 8 minutes to post.
Race number 2 now less than 6 minutes to post. Horses have gone through the post grade in their warm-ups now. We're looking at the son of Astern. That is Atris for Oliver Racing Stable, conditioned by Vicky Oliver, a horse that you have on top and is currently sitting as a good price, 6-1.
I love the way this horse looks on the track here today. Just looks really happy, healthy, shiny coat, and also a lot of good energy on the track today. So 6-1 right now, fair price, and the horse has the past performances to back up his looks too. I think he's a top contender.
I think the 7-2, I like the energy that he displayed on the Paddock side. We'll see how he is right now. Looks fine as he warms up under a jog. That's rum and tonic. Mike Maker, his conditioner, telling me that the time off has really done him some good. So with that statement and with the way that he's acted, I think expectations have to be high here for Three Diamonds Farm.
His first race was pretty fast, so if he can improve off of that first race, I think that could put him in top contention here. And I do like him cutting back to the sprint distance. It just seems like he's physically a better looking sprinter.
Uptown Hustler, the number 10 horse, 5-2. Now just click down to 2-1. He looks lovely out there. He was part of the Clocker report today at Keenland earlier this morning. And yesterday, the Clocker report nailed 2 winners, including a 24-1 shot in the nightcap.
They highlighted 2 horses and both of them won. And
exactly.
Like you said, one of them was 24-1. So something to definitely pay attention to. The 10 Uptown Hustler, he's not going to be 24-1, but he could be a cool 2-1 and a winner.
How about the 11, Dom Gervasio, another son of a Stern in here, first-time starter that comes in with a couple of gate drills.
Well, we talked about the 24-1 winner yesterday, and that was for trainer Ignacio Correas, preparing that horse off of a couple of years on the shelf. So this horse, I thought, maybe had a look for as a long shot at 14-1. He's going to have to work out a chip from that outside draw, but I thought he looked nice. Kind of not the biggest horse, especially when you can see him compared to the pony that he's next to, but I don't mind that being a turf sprinter.
Less than 4 minutes away from post time. Race 2 started the early pick 4 here at Keenland Racecourse. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Blandford Stud, start of the early pick 4.
Guys. There you go. Good job.
They are at the post. And they're off. Dom Gervasio was off a step slowly. There goes Lawmaker. Lawmaker out for the lead. Last Train to Boston kicks into the inside. Travis, Rum and Tonic up close. And then Uptown Hustler out in the center of the course, who runs along in 5th here in the early going. Atros is in between horses in 6th. Say It Loud is 7th on to the far turn. Mustazid stays outward from the rail in the 8th spot, about 6 lengths from the front now, followed by Floyd G, who's 9th toward the inside. Dom Gervasio is last of the 10, 22.18 seconds for the opening quarter. Last Train to Boston leading Rum and Tonic by 3/4 of a length, a gap of 2. Travis is in 3rd toward the inside. Say It Loud 4th against the rail as they turn for home. Atros is 5th and trying to pick up the leaders from the outside. It is still Last Train to Boston, Rum and Tonic, Atros, Say It Loud tries to find an opening with Travis, but Atros is running on by in the center of the course. Atros, Rafael, Bejarano, a widening 3-length lead. Back to Say It Loud, Travis. It is Atros to win it. Say It Loud was home second. It's going to be close for third, either Travis or Mustazid.
Nice 7-1 winner here. Well done, Gabby Gaudette, in your top selection. Atros coming off the pace to pick up this victory for Vicky Oliver.
He had to kind of go the overland route here, a wide trip coming around the final turn, and right here he's out in the center of the racetrack, but that didn't seem to matter as he was just much the best, rating early and accelerating late. Multiple length winner in the end, and a very nice price at 7-1. It's going to be a 4-2 exacta unofficially in the second.
Unofficial results of Keenland's second race. Number 4, Atras, finished first. Number 2, Say It Loud, was second. Number 1, Travis, was third. Number 9, Mustazid, was fourth. 4219 Unofficial. Results of Keeneland's second race official. 4219, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's second race, the Blandford stud, number 4, Atras, owned by Oliver Racing Stable of Victoria and Philip Oliver, Vicky Oliver, the trainer, and Rafael Bejarano, the winning jockey. Atras, a 3-year-old gelded son of a stern, out of All About Allison by City Zip. Bred in Kentucky by Mr. and Mrs. Duncan Lloyd. 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good. 1 minute 2.94 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Blandford stud trophy presentation to the connections of Atras. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. The main track is listed fast. Overweight, number 4, Danzel, the jockey 2 pounds over. Again, overweight, the 4, Danzel, the jockey 2 pounds over. No changes in the fourth race. No changes in race 5. Main track is fast, turf good.
Up to race number 3, less than 17 minutes to post. It cannot be ignored that Miss Gabby Gaudette has gone 2 for 2 so far. Well done, Gabby.
What's that saying about a squirrel finding an acorn or something?
Well, that happens once, but you've done it twice, so
Thank you,
that
Scott.
doesn't apply.
Appreciate it.
Let's go to the number 5 horse, my top selection. That is oncoming train for Greg Foley. This is a runner that comes first off the claim, ran 2 solid races down at the fairgrounds, 4:30, jumps up for 40 here today, and has course form, is 1 for 1 right here at Keenland Racecourse.
This horse is 1 for 16. It's been a while since he's won. He hasn't won in 2 starts this year or 11 starts last year, but maybe a change of scenery. First time off the claim for Greg Foley will change things up for him.
Let's go on to the number 6 horse. That is Liberty Star. This is a gelding by Astrology for your sister Lacey Gaudette, and Liberty House Racing comes out of a race against First Level Allowance Company. The winner of that race was stakes placed this April, so comes out of a tough race to drop in for 40 today.
Yeah, I might be a little biased, but I actually think this horse is the class of the field. When you look at his last race, you mentioned, Scott, the winner of the race would go on to finish second in the Frank Whiteley Stakes. And I also think he's just going to be a better horse, turning back in distance from the mile to the 3/4 today. Not to mention that last race was very fast. So drop in class, turn back in distance. The only negative is that he might have to chase the speed of the 8 Dark Timber.
We move on to the 1 horse Dixie's Toussaint for Team Renham Racing and Team O'Neill. Doug O'Neill bringing this colt in from Southern California. Had a local workout over a muddy track in 1 minute and 4/5. And that horse that beat him last time out, he was 3rd in a field of 7. Good Vibes Only has won 2 of 3 races, so comes out of a live race and drops back in for a tag.
This horse has had a strange career, to be honest, Scott. He ran against Grade 1 Company as a 2-year-old in the Breeders' Fraternity and the Delmar Fraternity. He's run for Maiden 20, then back up for Maiden Special Weight. He's been all over the place in terms of class levels, but I do think this is a good spot for him today.
And then Dark Timber dropping in class. He's been gelded since the last race. They're adding blinkers. They get Luis Saez. A lot of changes off the 5-month layoff for this son of Mineshaft.
He likely will be the speed here, and that is dangerous, especially with the blinkers on. So look for this horse to send from the gates and see how long his speed can take him.
15 minutes to post. This is race to number 3 here at Keenland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, 3-year-olds and up, with a $40,000 claiming price, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. No scratches, no jockey changes. Overweight, the 4 Danzel, the jockey 2 pounds over. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time at 6 minutes.
Oncoming train for Greg Foley, the number 5 horse with Tyler Gaffalione in the saddle. This horse was feeling good down in the paddock, and he still is doing so. It looks like that this time off has done him good. Scenery change, coming here to Keenland Racecourse, a place that he's done well, and you can see the way he continues to act with that energy with Tyler Gaffalione with the pony.
That's a good sign. First off, the claim for Greg Foley. I didn't particularly like him just because he hasn't been able to find the winner circle in a long time. But like I said, change of scenery can do him well, and he is definitely on his toes, Scott.
Number 6 horse, Liberty Star, had a chance to talk to your mom, Linda Gaudet, who's here running the shed row for your sister Lacey, and just asked her how her experience has been here at Keenland. She goes, it's been wonderful, and she's mentioned how these horses have just responded. They're eating well, doing so well here at Keenland Racecourse, and that's something that we hear often, but you never get tired of hearing that because this place is such a special place for these thoroughbred racehorses.
And where the barn is, Scott, it's kind of far away from the track, so the horses have the opportunity to walk through the back stretch, take a look at the bluegrass, and just kind of relax going to and from the track. That's what horses absolutely love about Keenland, and some of the horses in the barn have definitely thrived here.
3-1 right now on Liberty Star for Liberty House Racing. 3 minutes to post, less than for race 3 here at Keenland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Dark Timber. Dark Timber from the far outside is out running for the early lead. Quickly gets to the front, starts to angle down toward the rail. Dark Timber leads it by a length and a half. Coffee with Alex sneaks up the inside into the second position and will hug the rail and occupy that spot right to the inside of Dark Timber, who stays a lane off the rail, has the lead by just a neck over to the far turn. Oncoming Train is third, just 2.5 lengths off the lead. Liberty Star fourth on the outside of that one. Hatch is fifth. Dixie's 2 Stints is in sixth position. Danzel is in seventh. Wellman last of the 8. 22.63 seconds the time for the opening quarter. And Dark Timber now clear with the lead, has opened up by 3 lengths on Coffee with Alex, second a half length. Liberty Star third up on the outside, quarter mile to go. Hatch swings wide in fourth, still 6 from the front. Dark Timber the leader. Hatch is running up on the outside, second, still 3 lengths away. Dixie's 2 Stints had to change lanes from the inside, swing to the far outside, and his third. Liberty Star fourth. Dixie's 2 Stints coming on for the lead. Hatch has gone to second, Dark Timber, then Liberty Star. Dixie's 2 Stints in front. Rafael Bejarano, second winner on the card. Dixie's 2 Stints, the winner. Hatch was home second. Liberty Star was across the line third.
See another winner from off the pace in this dirt sprint races here this afternoon at Keenland. This time Dixie's 2 Stints, the colt by Quality Road, coming back home here at Keenland Graduate, shipping in from Southern California for trainer Doug O'Neill.
This was the right spot for this horse, and there were 2 horses in front of him today, Dark Temper and also the number 6 horse, Liberty Star, kind of setting those early fractions. And he got a perfect setup closing from off of the pace. An easy winner in the end at 2-1, 176 across the board for race 3.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 1, Dixie's 2 Stints finished first. Number 7, Hatch was second. Number 6, Liberty Star third. Number 2, Wellman was fourth. 1762, Unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 1, Dixie's Two Stints, owned by Redham Racing LLC of J. Paul Redham, the trainer Doug O'Neill, back-to-back wins on the card for jockey Rafael Bejarano. Dixie's Two Stints, a 4-year-old son of Quality Road out of Sleepless Dixie by Dixie Union, bred in Kentucky by Clarkland Farm LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.31 seconds. Results of Keeneland's third race official, 1762, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. This race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. The main track is listed fast. The turf is good. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. There are no changes in the fourth race. Looking ahead, no changes in race 5. Checking the sixth race, a reminder in race 6, overweight, number 3, Cat Wings, the jockey, 1 pound over. That's in the sixth race, overweight, number 3, Cat Wings, the jockey, 1 pound over.
Race number 4 features a group of maiden fillies and mares 3 and up in for a maiden $50,000 tag, and they'll be going a mile and a 16th, so a first wire finish here on the main track. The number 5 horse, Salet, for Kenny McPeak, daughter of American Pharaoh, takes the drop down in class. She currently sits at odds of 2-1 on the tote board, and I think that this drop in class is going to wake her up against this group. I think truly she has found the right group to break through and pick up win number 1 in her career. We'll find out if it does work out. She doesn't have a ton of speed, but hopefully she can sit close to this pace here this afternoon. And the number 3 horse, Lantern's Candy, for Tim Gleishaw, I think can potentially sit close, maybe even make the lead in this race. A lot of it's going to have to do with what the number 1 horse, Classy Miss, does, but don't be surprised if Colby Hernandez and this 3 horse have themselves in contention coming down from Mahoning Valley off of a second place finish against Maiden Special Weight Company up there. You've got to consider this a move up in class considering the purse structure from Mahoning Valley down here to Keenland Racecourse, but I like the opportunity and the potential trip that this filly is going to sit here in race number 4, and the price not bad either, taking a swing at 24-1 with my second choice. And then finally, Emerald for Bat Masterson and trainer Norm Cassie is the number 6 horse. Was 3rd last time out in a maiden 50, sprinting 6 furlongs, so gets back out to a route of ground. She ran into a horse last time out that would come out of that race and pick up a starter allowance victory right here at Keenland. So comes out of a live race, a productive race, and Emerald, the number 6 horse, close second choice in the wagering, sitting at 3-1. This is a filly that will be offered at the upcoming Keeneland April sale. About midway through that catalog, she's hip number 44, consigned by 4-Star Sales. So if you're looking for a filly that has potential to move forward here off of those last couple of races, and obviously what we've got here today, look for Emerald at the April sale next Friday after the races here at Keeneland Racecourse. She's hip number 44. Race number 4 is less than 17 minutes to post.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, maiden claiming race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up with a $50,000 claiming price. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. This race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Main track is listed fast. No changes in the fourth. Post time at 7 minutes.
We come front side to take a look at the 3-horse Lanterns Candy. She's come down to 20-1 right now currently in the wagering. Her trainer, Tim Gleishaw, telling me that this filly's been very professional since she arrived into his care, and said what we thought coming into the race, that she should be able to sit close to the pace. So if you're looking for a long shot play, I think Lanterns Candy absolutely is worth a swing at odds of 20-1. We'll move over to the outside of this field here as we continue to look at the 3. There is a look at the number 6 horse. That is Emerald out of the Norm Cassie barn, 7-2 right now on the tote board. This a reminder of this filly being offered at the upcoming Keenland April sale. There's a good look at her now. Emerald offered at the Keenland April sale next Friday, and she'll be sold by 4-star sales. So we'll see how she fares here today, and potential update to that catalog page. Those catalogs are readily available right now if you're looking to get your hands on one, and also available on the website. And then finally, we'll go over to the number 5 horse. There is Salad for Kenny McPeak. Kenny dropping this filly down in class as she continues to be the 2-1 favorite right now. No guarantee that she's going to respond. I have her on top. There's no question about it as my top selection. But we'll see how she responds to this dip down in class. She's been in for a tag in the past, and that was on the turf course. So let's hope that she can show that same sort of spark on the dirt that we got from her on the 21st of February last year, where she was second against Maiden Special Weight Company. But a good race coming up, race number 4, wide open tote board. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Baby Blue Eyes out for the early lead. Bayou Wind is there, and here comes Oaxaca moving up on the outside. Forever Home comes away running in 4th. Oaxaca moves up from the outside and puts ahead in front heading into the first turn. Baby Blue Eyes is there to the inside, but second. Forever Home is 3rd around the first turn. Jewel of a Kid 4th up on the outside. Bayou Wind shuffled against the rail back into the 5th spot just in front of Emerald, who is 6th. Wiley 3 wide off the first turn in 7th. Classy Miss is 8th. Frosted Diamond is in 9th. Salih is in 10th. A gap of 5 more lengths back to Lantern's Candy, who is last for the move up the backstretch. 23.12 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Oaxaca against the rail leads at a half length. And then Baby Blue Eyes, who's second, 3/4 of a length in between horses. Forever Home, 3rd up on the far outside, a length and a half. Bayou Wind is 4th by a neck. Jewel of a Kid, 5th on her outside. That first half mile, 47.84 seconds. Over to the far turn they go, stacking up 3 across the track for the lead. Forever Home far outside. Baby Blue Eyes between horses. Oaxaca still there toward the inside. Jewel of a Kid seeking to join that trio is in 4th, and Emerald with a sweeping move out in the center of the track. Emerald has gone from 5th to 3rd to the lead at the quarter pole. Emerald has the lead a half length. Forever Home is still there, though, and fighting toward the inside, and Jewel of a Kid is 3rd in between that pair. Salih is still far back. Emerald has the lead. Into the short stretch, it is Emerald leading Jewel of a Kid. Forever Home is 3rd. Final furlong for Emerald. Emerald with a sweeping move on the final turn, and that is the move that will win the race. Emerald to win it convincingly for Tyler Gaffaleone. Jewel of a Kid was the cross the line in 2nd. Lantern's Candy came from last to be 3rd.
Kurt Becker picking up the move with Emerald, and how could you miss it? Because in the blink of an eye, she goes wide and just absolutely opens up on this group once she straightens for home, but started to make this move around the turn. The daughter of Union Rags, the Keenland September sales graduate, and add another update to the April catalog next Friday. She's hip number 44 with 4-star sales. Add another victory to that catalog page. Emerald, impressive today in race number 4.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 6, Emerald, finished first. Number 11, Jewel of a Kid, second. Number 3, Lantern's Candy, third. Number 7, Frosted Diamond, fourth. 6-11-3-7 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the unofficial winner, number 6, Emerald, owned by Robert Masterson, trained by Norm Cassie, Tyler Gaffaleone, the jockey. Emerald, a 3-year-old filly by Union Rags, out of Gem of the Nile by Pioneer of the Nile, bred in Kentucky by Speedway Stable, LLC. A mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 46.96 seconds. And as Scott mentioned, Emerald cataloged for the upcoming Horses of Racing Age sale 6 days from now on Friday, April 29th here at Keenland. Results of Keeneland's fourth race official. 6-11-3-7. The official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6, no carryover, and start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 made up of races 5, 7, and 9. The main track is listed fast, the turf is listed good, temporary rail is down on the turf course today. Fifth race has no changes. Race 5, no changes. Looking ahead to the sixth event, a reminder, the overweight, number 3, Cat Wings, the jockey, 1 pound over. That's in the 6th race. Number 3, Cat Wings, the jockey, 1 pound over. 7th race, scratch number 7, Flippant, and scratch the 11, Misty Vale. That's in the 7th race, scratch number 7, Flippant, and scratch the 11, Misty Vale. Jockey for part of entry number 1, I Hear You, John Velasquez. It's part of entry number 1, I Hear You, the jockey, John Velasquez. Race 8, the Ben Ally, scratch number 8, Title Ready. That's the 8th race, scratch number 8, Title Ready. 9th race, the Elkhorn, scratch number 4, Phantom Currency. That's in the 9th race, the Elkhorn, scratch number 4, Phantom Currency. 10th and final race, scratch part of entry, number 1, Great Escape. Scratch the 4, Tough to Tame. And scratch the 6, Giant Nova. That's in the 10th and final race, scratch part of entry, number 1, Great Escape. Scratch the 4, Tough to Tame. And scratch the 6, Giant Nova.
already to race number 5 here at Keenland Racecourse on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Spring meets
Big
in
crowd.
full swing. Good crowd. Before we go to this race, I know this race coming up is on turf, but we continue to see the trend on the dirt with horses succeeding coming off the pace and going wide. So just throwing it out there, if you're looking ahead and handicapping perhaps the pick 6, keep in mind the way that this main track has been playing so far today. This first level allowance race is the start of the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 races 5, 7, and 9, the sequence. And Division Sunrise is who we're taking a peek at right now for trainer Chad Brown. Even money right now. I don't think you or I would be shocked if this filly dips down from that price. She's got so much class. She's 5 for 5 in the money. Comes into this race fresh off of a 10-month layoff where we last saw her competing against Stakes Company.
Yeah, and in that stakes race, that was the Wild Applause at Belmont Park, and she lost to a filly by the name of Runaway Rumor. After that, the winner, Runaway Rumor, would go on to finish second in the Grade 2 Sands Point, so she is a stakes winner and multiple graded stakes place. This filly in that last race, she was a bit keen early, and she had to make an early move, and she was caught wide, so really just not an ideal trip. I think she's at her best when she can get covered up and make one quick move and really showcase her turn of foot. Scott, I love her today. She's my best angle. If I were playing the pick 6 or even the Keeneland Turf pick 3, I think the subsequent legs are really tough. I would just single her here.
She is the favorite, pretty clear favorite, 6-5, just clicked up a tick in the win wagering. We go to the one horse right now, Infinite Potential for Ignacio Correas, the 4th, an Invincible Spirit 5-year-old mare. She's already run this meet. She ran at the beginning of the meeting on the 9th of April in a race that was taken off the turf. She's clearly better on grass. All you have to do is look at her form in her last 3, or first 3, I should say, and see what the expectation should be. Now, is that kind of performance or those kinds of performances going to be good enough to beat Division Sunrise? That's the big question, but she will run better here today, getting back on the grass course.
Well, I'm kind of surprised that both you and I use this long shot underneath. I think you and I were maybe seeing the same thing. She might not be good enough to beat Division Sunrise, but she is good enough to finish in the top 3, so definitely one you want to consider for exactas and trifectas.
Now, the 3-horse Seasons is 9-2 because I do think that she has races that will have her right there in a battle with Division Sunrise here this afternoon. She's coming into this race fresh. She was last seen on the synthetic, but she's run against Grade 1 company. She's Grade 1 placed behind that nice filly of Mr. Fipke's Lady Spite Spear going back to her 2-year-old season. But this is a very well-bred filly. She's owned by L&J Foxwoods and the Phillips Racing partner, and from that incredible first dam, stakes-winning first dam, Winter Memories, and just an incredible Phillips family here with this Tappet filly.
Definitely a Grade 1 type family here with Seasons. When you look at her form, Scott, you mentioned some of the fillies that she's faced in the past, Lady Spite Spear being one of them in the Grade 1 Natalma. She was recently 3rd in the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley. You even look at her race at Monmouth. She had to go against the likes of horses like Shanti Sara, who also ran in the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley last weekend. So she's right there in terms of class. You have to give her a little bit of a pass for her last race. She's not a synthetic horse. She's a turf horse. The question is, can she improve in her 4-year-old season? And is she going to be fit enough off the layoff?
We'll end it with Ensemble on the outside, 5-1 right now for Clipper Logistics. That's the ownership of this filly by Naef. She's a 4-year-old filly making her U.S. debut. These owners have brought plenty of nice horses this way, so a bit of an unknown as far as how she's going to transition to American racing, but she's been here with Brendan Walsh for a bit of time. And the first published workout in the States was at the end of February, and Brendan Walsh has done well with horses running in the U.S. for the first time under his care, clicking at 11%.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see her trackside and get a closer look at her, but she has had experience kind of on left-handed courses, like the one in Lingfield, and Brendan Walsh does do a great job getting these horses ready off the layoff. She gets Flavian Prat aboard her today, and Brendan, of course, has had a really good spring meeting so far, so hoping to continue that momentum.
Turf course still listed as good, as they'll be coming out here shortly for race number 5. Reminder, starts the pick 6, as well as the $3 Keeneland Turf pick 3, which paid well over $1,000 yesterday. That sequence, the $3 Keeneland Turf pick 3, races 5, 7, and 9.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Maple Hill. An allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up, 1 mile on the turf, listed good. Temporary rail is down today. Double and pick 3 wagering. Pick 6 begins here. No carryover. And it's also the start of the Keenland Turf Pick 3. Races 5, 7, and 9 make up that wager. Main track is fast. Turf is good. No changes in the 5th race. Post time in 7 minutes.
Horses warming up on the track for the 5th race to kick off the Pick 6 and the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Make sure you remember that it is its own event when you're betting that Pick 3. We're taking a look at some of these horses on track, and here's a closer look at seasons. This was a Clocker report pick from this morning on today at Keenland, and mind you, yesterday they gave out 2 winners. One of them was a 24-1 shot, this one at 7-2 on the board. But seasons has been working really nicely locally here at Keenland for trainer Josie Carroll. She's coming in off of a layoff last seen in October going against Stakes Company up in Canada at Woodbine, but she looks sensational this afternoon, just shiny as a copper penny on the track. She looks incredibly fit too, and she does possess a lot of class. That said, she's also very sharp, which I like to see, especially at this distance of a mile. You have to have a little bit of an edge in order to be successful. So look for her to maybe make a splash here today. We mentioned some of the classy horses that she was running against, and she could be on tap for a big 4-year-old season. We'll move along to a better, bigger price. The 7 Commanders Palace is one of them. Trainer Mark Cassie. This is her 2nd start off of that layoff. Last time out, she didn't really show anything against Allowance Company at Gulfstream Park, but I just thought she had a really nice presence to her on the track. I think the key to her is to get out of the gate and be forwardly placed, not necessarily on the lead, but be forwardly placed. She kind of seems like she does a little bit better when she's aggressively ridden, but I just thought she had a really nice look about her. And then finally, the 8, Joy of Painting, here for trainer Rusty Arnold, is coming in to this race last seen in January at Gulfstream Park. Scott, I believe you just caught up with the connections. What did they have to say?
Yeah, spoke to Bo Bromagen of Ashbrook Farm and said that she didn't take to the dirt 2 back at Churchill. She didn't like the turf course down at Gulfstream Park, so they're hoping for a rebound effort. And she's getting some attention right now on the tote board as she's sitting at 8-1. So look for her to rebound. That's the hope, and she's being a pro out there as we are less than 4 minutes away from race 5.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Maple Hill, start of the Pick 6, and start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. They are at the post. And they're off. Evacuation Sunrise and Seasons with Infinite Potential to the inside. And here's Joy of Painting moving up outside of Evacuation Sunrise. Evacuation Sunrise has the lead. Joy of Painting goes second. Ensemble Infinite Potential back to the inside. Who's a close-up fourth against the rail. Seasons backs away, slides down to the inside in the 5th position. Commander's Palace 3 wide in 6th. Around the outside of Runaway Bomb between horses in 7th. Lubna 8th back toward the inside. Designer Ready is last of the 9. The first quarter, 23.04 seconds. Onto the backstretch, Evacuation Sunrise, the leader against the rail. Evacuation Sunrise leads at a length and a half. Joy of Painting second a length. Infinite Potential is third, inching forward down toward the inside. Ensemble fourth on the outside. Runaway Mom moves along with Lubna. That pair down toward the rail, moving up within 3.5 lengths of the lead as they head to the far turn. Seasons, Ensemble stack up to their outside. Commander's Palace, Designer Ready at the back. 47.54 seconds for the first half mile. Evacuation Sunrise leading Joy of Painting and Infinite Potential around the far turn. Ensemble is fourth up on the outside. Has to go to the center of the course. Still 4 from the front. Seasons in behind horses in 5th. Lubna is 6th. Commander's Palace 7th. Quarter mile to go. Evacuation Sunrise chased by Infinite Potential to the inside. Ensemble outside. Joy of Painting, who's fourth between horses. Evacuation Sunrise, though, has a 3-length lead into the final furlong. Seasons runs late in the center of the course along with Ensemble. Evacuation Sunrise by 3. Seasons is second. Ensemble third. Evacuation Sunrise, Irad Ortiz Jr., Evacuation Sunrise to win it. Seasons was home second, Ensemble third.
This filly took it to him early, right to the front and never looking back, and she went 23 flat, 47-4
or 2 rather, to the half, but she just was absolutely ready off this 10-month layoff. Irad and Chad strike again.
She's got a beautiful way of going on the turf, too. We call that daisy cutter action. She doesn't really lift her front feet too high off the ground, but has a very efficient stride, and this is a very impressive 4-year-old debut for the daughter of Warfront. Look for her to be facing Stakes Company, I would imagine, in the near future. And a good runner-up performance from the 3 Seasons, who just took a little bit too long to get going, winds up finishing second here. 5.39 for race 5.
Photo for 4th. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. Number 5, Evacuation Sunrise, 1st. Number 3, Seasons, was 2nd. Number 9, Ensemble, 3rd. Number 1, Infinite Potential, 4th. 5.391, Unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 5th race official. 5.391, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 5th race, the Maple Hill, number 5, Evacuation Sunrise. The winner owned and bred in Kentucky by Alpha Delta Stables of John Clay. The trainer is Chad Brown, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Evacuation Sunrise, a 4-year-old filly by Warfront out of My Miss Sophia by Unbridled Song. 1 mile over the turf listed good, 1 minute 34.85 seconds. Early pick 5 at Keeneland pays on 5 of 5 with the consolation 4. of 5. In the winner's circle, the Maple Hill Trophy presentation to the connections of Nevisian Sunrise. Keenland 6th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, and also the start of the late pick 5. Main track is fast, turf is good. In the 6th race, overweight, number 3, Cat Wings, the jockey 1 pound over. Again, number 3, Cat Wings, the jockey 1 pound over. 7th race, scratch number 7, Flippant, and scratch the 11, Misty Vale. That's in the 7th race, scratch number 7, Flippant, and scratch the 11, Misty Vale. Jockey for part of entry, number 1, I Hear You, John Velasquez. That's part of entry, number 1, I Hear You. The jockey will be John Velasquez. 8th race, the Ben Ally, scratch number 8, Title Ready. That's in the 8th race, scratch number 8, Title Ready. Race 9, the Elkhorn Stakes, scratch the 4, Phantom Currency. That's in the 9th race, scratch number 4, Phantom Currency. 10th and final race, scratch part of entry, number 1, Great Escape. Scratch the 4, Tough to Tame. And scratch the 6, Giant Nova. That's in the 10th and final race. Scratch part of entry, number 1, Great Escape. Scratch the 4, Tough to Tame. And scratch the 6, Giant Nova. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 of $11,731.
Race number 6 starts the late pick 5 here today at Keenland Racecourse. This 6th event, 7 furlongs for 3-year-old maidens, maiden special weight race worth $100,000. And we're looking into the paddock at Cat Wings. That's the number 3 horse, my top selection, your top selection, Gabby. A horse by Cupid for Tom Amos, who comes off of a good second place finish with Renee Diaz, who had a couple of wins this week, and again, another situation where you've got a horse getting in light because of the presence of the apprentice jockey Renee Diaz.
He's been doing really well. Some of the rides that I've seen recently have been quite impressive, especially in a colony that is as deep as what we're seeing here during the Keenland Spring Meet. So, yes, getting in a little bit lighter, Cat Wings. I just like the fact that he woke up last time out. This is a horse that never really showed any speed. They gave him some time. They gave her some time. They brought her back off of the layoff, and then she showed speed and overall a much better effort. And I think that's encouraging now, stretching out to a little bit farther at 7 furlongs. I think that'll help her kind of get out of the gate and maintain a forward position.
The 5 horse we've got both in our top 3. Second choice for me, third for you. Faith's Reward, cut back and distance situation. And if the trend continues on the main track coming from off the pace, this could be the filly that benefits from the cutback in distance and a situation to come from off the pace.
Yes, in her first race, she kind of sat off of the pace about a length. And then in her second race, when she stretched out to 2 turns at Oaklawn, she was on the lead. But I think with a turn back in distance like this, Scott, she'll be able to make one move from off the pace, and she comes from a wonderful family, being out of the mare Believe You Can, who did a lot for Mr. Jones.
The number 1 horse, Casa de Goat, a filly by Twirling Candy, who is coming from a very productive female family. Senorita Cordora is the first dam of this filly. She's had 3 runners, 3 winners, and this filly's been working well. It's not the easiest distance to debut at, and certainly the inside draw is not ideal, but she is live on the board, and it's tough to ignore those quick workouts that she's had here at Keenland.
Yeah, a couple of really quick gate workouts, which is always really important with the rail post position and going this distance. But I agree with you, Scott. I mean, you got to pay attention to the board in these maiden races. The money is very smart in these types of races, but I do think that she's up against it, having drawn the rail post. And usually when trainers debut horses at 7/8, it means that they might want a little bit longer. So maybe look for this filly, this is a stepping stone to maybe stretching out to 2 turns eventually.
She's a good-looking filly as well. Look forward to seeing her over on the front side in her warm-up along with the rest of this group. Again, this race does start the late pick 5 for this big Saturday card here at Keenland Racecourse.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Raceland maiden special weight for 3-year-old fillies. Beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5. Overweight, number 3, Cat Wings. The jockey 1 pound over. Main track is listed fast, and please note the condition of the Keenland turf is now upgraded to firm. Late pick 5 players, please note, condition of the turf has been upgraded to firm. Main track is fast. Post time, 5 minutes.
Less than 4 minutes away from the start of the late pick 5 here at Keeneland Racecourse, and we go to the favorite right now, even money on Casa de Goat. She has been so relaxed from the paddock side to walking through the tunnel, and is as well in this warm-up. So a very relaxed filly. This is something that we'll see how she fares when leaving the starting gate. Position is so key going 7 furlongs or in a sprint race or any dirt race, and hopefully she can fly out of there and get some early position. But she is a beautiful filly, big long filly, daughter of Twirling Candy. Toffee was on her toes. She might be sharp away from the gate. This is a filly trying the dirt for the first time. She was not sharp away from the gate on debut, but she's feeling good out there. One of 3 daughters of Twirling Candy that will be competing here in race number 6. And she's leveled off a bit right now, but she was feeling sharp and going to go back into a jog as she warms up here for race number 6. And then I thought the 8 Music Street looks nice. $25,000 yearling at the Keenland September sale in 2020. She's a filly by Street Sense out of a Congrats first dam. This is the second starter from that first dam, but just on appearance alone. And Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle, trained by Whit Beckman, former assistant to the champion trainer Chad Brown. So he has been around a lot of nice horses over the course of his time with Chad Brown. So Music Street, I think a filly that can outrun her odds based on looks, and gets an outside post going 7 furlongs here today, 12-1 on her. The pick 5 pool quickly approaching $500,000, $472,000 in that pool. We've got 2 stakes races to come in that late pick 5, the Ben Ali as well as the Elkhorn.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keenland's 6th race, the Raceland, start of the late pick 5. Main track fast, turf is now firm. They are at the post. They're off. Casa de Goat is away quickly from the inside. Comes right out for the lead. Please Be Kind has early speed. There's Cat Wings between that pair. And Faith's Reward is away running in 4th. Casa de Goat has the lead for the move up the back stretch. Gets over next to the rail for that move. Leads it by a length. And Please Be Kind second ahead. Followed closely by Cat Wings and Faith's Reward, who's there in 4th. Music Street, 5th up on the outside. Toffee, 6th back toward the inside. Lovely Princess is in 7th. And Sweet Baby Ray, last of the 8. 22.66 seconds, the time for that opening quarter. Casa de Goat, the leader, by just a length. Cat Wings is second. Please Be Kind, third up on the outside. That pair just 1 length off the lead of Casa de Goat around the far turn. Followed by Faith's Reward in 4th, who's running nearly 5 lengths off the lead. Toffee has lost some ground back in 6th. Back up front, Casa de Goat, the leader. The advantage 2 lengths. Cat Wings is second by a half length. Please Be Kind, third up on the outside. Then a gap of 4 more back to Faith's Reward in 4th. Quarter mile to go. Casa de Goat striding away, a 5-length lead as they come on down to the 8th pole. The battle is for second. Please Be Kind and Cat Wings going at it for the runner-up spot, but well behind Casa de Goat, Flavian Pratt. It's going to be a lopsided margin of victory. 16th pole, she's in front by 8 lengths, all the way back to Please Be Kind in that tussle with Cat Wings. Casa de Goat, much the best. Close for second, either Cat Wings or Please Be Kind. Music Street came for the back of the pack to be 4th.
You need to remember this name, and it's an easy name to remember. Casa de Goat. Her attitude from start to finish coming out here, she never turned her hair, Gabby. She was so sharp from the inside post, and look what she does to this field here today, going 7 furlongs on debut.
I mean, she was just so professional. She's a big, good-looking filly, too, a filly by Twirling Candy, and this was just so easy for her. Her ears were forward at the wire. She could have gone another lap. Look for this filly to do big things moving forward. trained by Brad Cox, and also a homebred for Elm Racing LLC. Congratulations to the connections, and a very impressive winner here, race 6.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 1, Casa de Goat, finished first. Number 3, Cat Wings, was second. Number 4, Please Be Kind, was third. Number 8, Music Street, was fourth. 1, 3, 4, 8, Unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's 6th race, the Raceland number 1, Casa de Goat, owned and bred in Kentucky by Elm Racing LLC of Ann Smith. The trainer, Brad Cox. The jockey, Flavian Pratt. Casa de Goat, a 3-year-old filly by Twirling Candy out of Senorita Corredora by El Corredor. Beard course, about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 27.96 seconds over the fast main track, winning by 12 3/4 lengths. Results official for Keeneland's 6th race. 1, 3, 4, 8, the official results. The Raceland Trophy presentation and the winner's circle to the connections of Casa de Goat. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, the Hunter Valley. This will start the late pick 4. Double and pick 3 wagering also offered here. A reminder, the turf is now listed firm. Temporary rail is down today. In the 7th race, scratch number 7, Flippant, and scratch the 11, Misty Vale. Again, scratch number 7, Flippant, and scratch the 11, Misty Vale. Jockey for part of entry number 1, I Hear You, John Velasquez. That's part of entry number 1, I Hear You, the jockey, John Velasquez. 8th race, the Ben Ally, scratch number 8, Title Ready. That's the 8th race, scratch number 8, title ready. 9th race, the Elkhorn, scratch the 4, Phantom Currency. That's in the 9th race, scratch number 4, Phantom Currency. 10th and final race, scratch part of entry, number 1, Great Escape. Scratch the 4, Tough to Tame. Scratch number 6, Giant Nova. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch part of entry, number 1, Great Escape. Scratch the 4, Tough to Tame. Scratch number 6, Giant Nova. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $11,731.
Race number 7 starts the late pick 4. They're back on the turf course here for race number 7, or we are, I should say. These runners will be. And the turf course has been upgraded to firm. No surprise on this warm spring day. Plenty of wind to dry it out from the good listing to kick off the day. So firm listed turf course here for race number 7 and moving forward. The number 5 horse, Gam's Mission for Lazy F Ranch, Cherie DeVoe, the current choice at odds of 8-5. I gravitated towards this filly, Gabby, because she's getting a tremendous amount of class relief here today, coming out of some very difficult races. She ran against She Can't Sing, who was so in form down at Fairgrounds, winning 2 stakes races in a row from February to March. This filly also ran against Plum Ali in the Winter Memories. She ran into Con Lima in the Grade 3 Saratoga Oaks Invitational. So it's a 3 other than condition, but this is a step down from the types that she has seen, including running against horses like Santa Barbara in the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational.
Yeah, and not only that, Scott, she hasn't had the easiest of trips in the last 2 starts. In the Winter Memories, she didn't get out of the gate that day. She actually stumbled pretty significantly, and then she came back in the Tom Benson Memorial and really didn't have an ideal trip with that really slow pace. She kind of closed into a slow pace, and that was her first race of the year. So I do think it probably did a lot for her in terms of fitness and maybe getting her set up for, a good year ahead. But this just seems like a competitive spot for this filly today, and I'm with you. I think she is definitely one of the top contenders here.
We have a coupled entry, the 1 and 1A, and we'll start with the 1A, Keeper of Time. This is the daughter of Maymas. We've seen plenty of these Maymas fillies especially come to North America and do quite well, and we saw her in the Grade 2 Buena Vista at Santa Anita run into a filly that was very fast that day. Legs galore. Nobody was catching her, not even the graded stakes winner going to Vegas, who ended up finishing second. If memory serves correctly, it was a firm listed course, but I think we had some rain in Southern California in the lead up to that weekend of racing. So the Maymas fillies have done very, very well on firm going out west. So don't be surprised if she rebounds with a big effort today at 4-1.
Yeah, that last race with Legs Galore, as you mentioned, she kind of bottomed out the field and went gate to wire, and this filly was down on the inside. It says lacked room in the stretch in the short comment. I went back and watched the replay. It's hard to say if it was trouble or if Mike Smith really didn't have anything, but still, that was against Grade 2 company. This is an easier spot, and to me, Scott, she's kind of been learning each and every race in North America. You can even see it by her running style. Sometimes she's kind of all over the place. Sometimes she's comes from way off of it. So I do think that the added distance to 1 1/16 will only help her today.
I hear you. Also part of the entry, she draws the rail today. Johnny Velasquez picks up the mount. That's a rider change on this Street Sense mare. She comes out of those 2 races that She Can't Sing won, the Alsal Memorial and the Tom Benson Memorial at Fairgrounds. So shares the commonality with the favorites, the number 5 horse, Gam's Mission. So I hear you. Certainly another one that you've got to respect from the inside, especially with Johnny Velasquez.
I still think she's a tick below the rest of the field here in terms of class. It all depends on what kind of allowance races she runs in. I mean, unfortunately, Scott, it took her a while to get to that first level allowance race. She won that. Then she was fortunate in an off the turf event to win the 2 other than, and now she's in a 3 other than. I don't know if she's this good, but she is a very consistent sort.
Saranya, the number 9 horse, she's a stakes winner. She shipped up to Minnesota to compete at Canterbury on the 23rd of June and picked up that victory as the pretty heavy favorite. That's the last time that she raced on Lasix. And you look at her races with Lasix, they appear to be much better. 3 victories and a second place finish. So keep that in mind when you're looking at Saranya, the 9.
I always have kind of I look at her past performances, Scott, and I actually think she might be a little bit better going shorter distances, whether it be the mile or whatnot. But I do think it might be a tough task off of this long layoff to deliver her best against this tough field at 1 1/16. But the class is there.
The 3 horse, 7-1. We saw Brendan Walsh with a European Invader not run bad on the grass a few races back. This one is a European Invader into the Roger Atfield barn for Lordship Stud, a Lope de Vega filly, another pedigree that we have seen be very successful transitioning from European racing to North American racing, and I think the fast ground will suit this filly. She's a 3-time winner in her career, and she tried Group 3 company at Doncaster back at the beginning of September. Comes into the Atfield barn, a world-class trainer, world-class operation, who's had her working primarily down in Florida.
She looks great, Scott. The one thing that really struck me about her in the paddock here is her head. She just has a really kind, smart eye, really classic-looking build to her, really classic-looking head to her. So she does look like a classy filly here. I don't really know what to make of her races in England and how they kind of translate against this group. It's always a question, but in Roger Atfield we trust. I can say that she looks great in the paddock, though.
Less than 12 minutes to post. Race number 7 on this 10-race card. The late pick 4 begins right now here at Keeneland Racecourse.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Hunter Valley, an allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up. A mile and a 16th over the turf, which is listed firm. Start of the late pick 4, double and pick 3 wagering also offered here. Scratch the 7 Flippant and scratch the 11 Misty Vale. Again, scratch 7 Flippant and scratch 11 Misty Vale. Jockey for part of entry, number 1, I Hear You, John Velasquez. That's part of entry, number 1, I Hear You, the jockey, John Velasquez. Post time at 7 minutes.
We're going to start with the number 10 horse, Nicanor. Has been a handful. She had Umberto Rispoli actually not in the saddle when they came through the tunnel. You can see he's doing his best to keep her relaxed while staying on board by having his feet kicked out. This is a tactic that riders will employ when you've got a horse that's revved up the way that she is. And you can see right now, it looks like she's got most of her attention focused on the pony, and the pony is taking the brunt of that. So we'll see how she does. One to keep an eye on. Definitely worked up as she gets set for her first race in a month. So it's not been that long since we've seen Nicanor. Perhaps the heat, the crowd, not sure what it is. Perhaps this is just her. But we'll see how she handles this next 5 minutes. Nicanor in race number 7.
Yeah, Scott, she doesn't seem very happy here on the track. And one thing I noticed in the paddock, she actually froze. And you don't like to see that because usually when horses don't want to walk on, they pop straight up in the air. And that's what I saw from her. So hopefully she settles, but obviously not ideal.
The number 5 horse, there is a look at Gam's Mission, part of the focus this morning on today. Keenland Trip Note Pros pointed in her direction. And I quote the Trip Note Pros, she did good work to make up ground versus a slow pace and flow that benefited the front runners. A big effort from off the pace. She was likely best on this day. Big finish versus a slow pace. Not the best trip on turf. Arguably the best in that race. And the tote board's reflecting it 2-1 right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty... it's an interesting contrast between the 10 and the 5. The 5, Gam's Mission, is just a class act on the track and just acting so professionally. You have to love the way that she's looking coming into this race. And like I said, poor trips in the last 2 starts.
Take Charge Rose, she looked gorgeous out there, and this is exactly how she looked in the post parade. Just the way that she's presenting herself, her neck is bowed, and she looks ready to roll here today for Brian Lynch. She comes out of that tough Grade 2 Hillsborough. We talked plenty about that race, it seems, that was taken by Bleecker Street, who's remained undefeated. So we'll see if this filly can come with a good performance here today. And she's run well at Keeneland in the past.
a very strong filly, that's for sure. Mare, I should say. And it is a warm day, Scott. She was getting a little bit warm, but I don't mind that because these horses have been used to cooler weather. They're going to perspire. They're going to get a little bit warm considering that, it's been a 20-degree swing in the past couple of days. But she does look good coming into the race and always an honest mare.
Let's go back to the European Invader for Lordship Stud. Sweet Enough, the number 3 horse at odds of 5-1. There she is, and she seems like an old pro. And you can see Irad Ortiz Jr., he's got his legs kicked out as well. Now, obviously, this filly is not acting anywhere near what we saw from the 10 horse, but there she is, very chill out on the racetrack.
And Roger Atfield told me that he had been told that this filly can be a little bit complicated to saddle. Sometimes she can get worked up in the afternoon as well. And he said he hasn't seen that from her at all, and that's a very good sign. And in fact, she's been an absolute pleasure to train each and every morning. Sometimes a change in scenery, Scott, or just when you get a horse into a routine, they really start to blossom, and that's what you kind of get the feeling with her. She's, like I said, she's got a classy eye on her, a classy head. And like you said, those Lope de Vegas do very well in North America. So we'll see. I'm impressed by her, and I think Roger was impressed by her demeanor today, too.
Just behind her, I don't know if you caught the 10, but it looked like she was needing a little bit more encouragement from another pony. We've had one of the outriders there trying to get her to move forward, and she was continuing to place her attention on the pony as we're looking at the number 4 horse right now. As she warms up at odds of 12-1. So a good race coming up. Start of the late pick 4. Another big pool, over $323,000. Get involved. You've got less than 2 minutes to post here at Keenland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Hunter Valley, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Zam Zam, and I hear you from the inside. Now there goes Sweet Enough moving up, and here comes Keeper of Time, center of the course. Take Charge Row is there. Saranya now kicks in from the extreme outside. Keeper of Time has the lead. Saranya goes second. Take Charge Row is in third position, followed by Sweet Enough, who's down toward the inside in fourth for the move around the first turn. Market Rumor is going to go a wide fifth, and is followed by I Hear You, who's back toward the inside in sixth. Gam's Mission, 3 wide off the first turn in seventh. Toward the center of the pack, 5 lengths off the lead. Whimsical Muse, 8th in between horses. Zam Zam drops back to the inside in 9th. And Nicheno, last of the 10, it was 24.09 for that opening quarter. Back up front, Keeper of Time against the rail, leads it by a half length. Saranya second between horses. Market Rumor third out in the center of the course, just a length off the lead, followed by Sweet Enough, who's back toward the inside in the fourth position. Take Charge Row is in fifth. Gam's Mission on the far outside is in sixth. I Hear You back toward the rail seventh, 5 lengths off the lead. Whimsical Muse, Zam Zam, Nicheno at the back. The first half mile, 49.62 seconds. On to the far turn they go. And still Keeper of Time leading Saranya, 3/4 of a length. Market Rumor wide again on the turn in third. Sweet Enough is fourth toward the inside, 3 lengths from the lead. Take Charge Row looks for running room in fourth. Gam's Mission to the center of the course is in fifth. Keeper of Time, Market Rumor, Saranya between that pair. Gam's Mission still fourth. Here's Market Rumor down the outside, chasing after Keeper of Time, who's still there to the inside. Then Saranya, Take Charge Row, and Gam's Mission. Keeper of Time, Market Rumor right alongside. Gam's Mission runs on late from the outside. At the wire, Photo for the win. Either Market Rumor or Gam's Mission for the top spot.
Another wonderful finish on the turf course here at Keenland Racecourse. What a run from Keeper of Time. And Tyler Gaffalione able to slow it down to 49-3 and 114-1. And the 5-horse ran a giant race trying to close into those kinds of fractions. And she may have just gotten there, Gabby.
She was going so fast. Her little legs were flying so fast underneath of her. It kind of took her a little bit of time to kind of get out in the clear. She was behind horses for a moment. As we get close to the finish line here, once again, it's going to be between the 8 Market Rumor and Gam's Mission, who's flying outside, and it's just so tough. From our perspective, Scott, it's really tough to call this one.
Here's another look at it. They're going to race to the mirror, the break and the rail on the inside. The 8's in front, it appears, at the wire, but it does go to the placing judges. Tough beat for the 5, if in fact that ends up being the case. But these were some very good fillies that she was running against, including the 8 Market Rumor.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 8, Market Rumor, finished first. Number 5, Gam's Mission, was second. The 1A, Keeper of Time, was third. Number 9, Saranya, finished fourth. 8, 5, 1A, 9. Unofficial. In the winner's circle, unofficial winner of race 7, the Hunter Valley. Number 8, Market Rumor, owned by Randall Block and 6 Column Stables LLC of Brad Stevens and others, trained by Ian Wilkes, Chris Landeros, the jockey. Market Rumor, 5-year-old mare by a Fleet Alex out of Taylor Street by Street Sense. Winner bred in Kentucky by Randy Block and others. The time, 1 minute 42.81 seconds for the mile and a 16th over the firm turf. Results of Keeneland's 7th race official 8-5-1A-9. The official results. In the winner's circle, the Hunter Valley Trophy presentation to the connections of Market Rumor. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. The main track is listed fast. The Ben Ally Stakes will start the last of the day's rolling pick threes. Double wagering also offered here. A reminder, in this 8th race, scratch number 8, Title Ready. Scratch number 8, Title Ready. Looking ahead to the 9th race, the Elkhorn. Scratch number 4, Phantom Currency. That's in the 9th race, scratch number 4, Phantom Currency. 10th and final race, scratch part of entry, number 1, Great Escape. Also scratch number 4, Tough to Tame, and scratch the 6, Giant Nova. That's in the 10th race, scratch part of entry, number 1, Great Escape. Scratch the 4, Tough to Tame, and scratch 6, Giant Nova. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $11,731. Main track is fast, turf firm.
the Saturday co-feature is on tap. It is the $300,000 Grade 3 Ben Ally Stakes at 1 1/8 on this main track. Warrant opened up at 4-5. He's ticked up just a bit to even money. Looks like he's going to end up being the favorites here once we get to post time. I've got the 4 on top, Dynamic One, going against the grain a bit here, Gabby, with a horse that's currently 6-1. We've seen him at his best going 1 1/8. It's been since the Keeneland Stakes up at Saratoga last summer that he's had that opportunity to go 1 1/8. Couldn't quite hang in the Grade 1 Travers Stakes with the Central Quality and Midnight Bourbon. There aren't those types in here, but I think that the way that this main track has been to horses coming from off the pace, getting that big stride going, I think will be a big plus for him having the ability to go 9 furlongs today in the Ben Ally.
That's a good point, Scott, because when we were handicapping this race earlier today, not knowing how the track was playing, I thought he might be up against it a little bit. When you go back and look at his last race in the Grade 3 Challenger, he settled in really nicely going into the first turn. It was a great ride by Irad Ortiz Jr., but he was kind of spinning his wheels and couldn't get going until it was too late. So the added distance and the way the track is playing is definitely going to help this horse.
You've got Proxy on top. That is the number 3 horse. He'll be carrying the Godolphin Blue. He's being tacked up right now. Colt by Tappet out of the first dam at Panny Raid. It was recently second to Olympiad in the New Orleans Classic at the end of March on Louisiana Derby Day. Second to Olympiad is a victory for most because Olympiad is so good right now.
Yeah, Olympiad, posting triple-digit buyer speed figures with each and every start. Proxy looks phenomenal down here. I don't even think I can count all the dapples on his body. And he's a horse that can be a little bit complicated, though, Scott. We see Tappet, as prolific of a sire as he has been, sometimes his progeny can have a little bit of an attitude every now and then. And that's definitely the case with Proxy. His last race in the Grade 2 New Orleans Classic, it looked like he was backing up. He might have even finished last, and then he caught a second wind and then went on to finish second. So I think it really does depend on the ride he gets, and I'm happy to see that Brian Hernandez Jr. has more experience with this horse now.
Warrant, the number 5 horse, he started off his season with a run in the Grade 3 Louisiana Stakes at Fairgrounds, and that was a race that featured Mandaloon and Midnight Bourbon. It was being billed as really a match race, and that's how it developed. He ended up finishing third that day, 9 lengths behind Mandaloon and Midnight Bourbon, who would then catapult themselves to the Saudi Cup from that race. And then he took a move forward in the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap behind Express Train, who's been the best handicap horse out on the West Coast. He was well clear of Stiletto Boy. So, and this is a colt. He's a nice one. There's no question about it. But I wonder if this is a little bit deeper than what he even faced in that Grade 1 out on the West Coast last time out.
Not only that, Scott, I think they have figured out that he is a horse that really likes to go long distances. That's where he can thrive, because sometimes he can be a little bit one-paced. When he can stretch out to distances like 1.25 miles, he can be in the thick of it early, and that's kind of where he's best. Brad Cox saying in an interview earlier today that he is pointing for the Gold Cup at Santa Anita 1.25 miles in late May. So they want to keep him at those longer distances. Maybe today at 1.1 miles, he is vulnerable. I know he did win at this distance before in the past, but maybe this isn't necessarily his best distance.
The number 2 horse, Mighty Heart, he does not lack in credentials nor bankroll. He's made over $1 million. He's a 2-time Sovereign Award winner, 2-time Horse of the Year in Canada, a horse that won 2/3 of the Canadian Triple Crown during his 3-year-old season. We've seen him here at Keenland in the past going 1 1/16. He faced off against a good group of Allowance Company that day, South Bend and Empty Tomb. He's won going 1 1/8 here down south of the border at Churchill Downs in the Blame Stakes. And he really is a horse that lives up to his name. He has a mighty heart.
He does. He's actually missing one of his eyes. So if you look at him and kind of his headgear, he's wearing what looks like blinkers, but he does have a goggle on his left side to cover that kind of the crater where his eye would have been. But he is a horse that is just ultra game, and he's extremely talented, and he's only getting better and better. Scott, his last race, I thought even in finishing third in the Grade 3 Harlan's Holiday was one of his more impressive races. You have to consider Fearless, the horse that he lost to. He won the Ghost Zapper. He's been in really good form. So Mighty Heart is definitely a contender at 15-1.
As is Scalding, the 70s, 5-1. This is a
prototypical Shug McGahee development. Just letting them go through their conditions, get better with each and every race. The speed figures put that on full display. Jumped into the grade 3 condition last time out, or level, I should say, off of an A other than victory, and was able to run away with that one. I shouldn't say run away with it. He won by a neck, but he beat a nice horse, nice stakes winner in Cody's Wish.
And he's the speed in here. We do know he's going to use his speed to his advantage and see if anybody can catch him on the front end.
The Ben Ali is coming up next. Start of the late pick 3 here at Keenland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 91st running of the Ben Ali Stakes, Grade 3, 4-year-olds and up at 1 mile and an eighth over the fast main track. Double and Pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling Pick 3s. Scratch number 8, Title Ready. Post time, 7 minutes. The post parade for the Ben Ali, number 1, Cowboy Diplomacy, owned by Pocket Aces Racing LLC of Mark Wampler and Jared Shoemaker, the trainer Brendan Walsh, the jockey Colby Hernandez. Number 2, Mighty Heart, owned by Lawrence Cordes, trained by Josie Carroll, the jockey James Graham. 3, Proxy, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Michael Stidham, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. 4, Dynamic One, owned by Rapoli Stable of Mike Rapoli, Phipps Stable of Daisy Phipps Polito, and St. Elias Stable of Vincent Viola. The trainer, Todd Pletcher. Jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. Number 5, Warrant, owned by Twin Creeks Racing Stable LLC of Stephen Davison and Randy Galat, trained by Brad Cox. The jockey, Flavian Pratt. 6, Tartufo, owned by Nicholas Vacareza and J&G Stables LLC of Greg Nicolopoulos, trained by Carlo Vacareza, Rafael Bejarano to ride. And number 7, Scalding, owned by Grandview Equine of Robert Clay, Cheyenne Stables LLC of Everett Dobson, Ellen J. Foxwoods of Larry, Nancy, and Jamie Roth. Shug McGahee, the trainer. Javier Castellano is the jockey. The Benally Stakes in 5 minutes.
Wanted to point you towards a couple of other horses that we haven't had a chance to discuss. Cowboy Diplomacy for Pocket Aces Racing. This is a son of Tapazar out of the first dam Dramette, making him a full brother to that wonderful race mare, champion 3-year-old filly, and earner of over $4.7 million, Monomoy Girl. So Cowboy Diplomacy, a full brother to Monomoy Girl. He comes out of a tough allowance race. That was a difficult group he faced at Fairgrounds, which included Shared Sense. We talked about other runners in here finishing second, like Proxy to Olympiad. He also finished second to Olympiad back in January at Gulfstream Park. He is a big price at 48-1. He needs to step up. There's no question about it, but he's kept a solid competition, and he's a very well-bred son of Tapazar, being a full brother to Monomoy Girl, half-brother to the stakes winner, Mr. Monomoy. The number 3 horse for Godolphin, Proxy. He's keeping level. We were talking about this. Gabby has been with the offspring of Tappet, how they can handle themselves out there on the racetrack, and he's taken it all in stride. He is gorgeous, and Gabby pointed towards the fact that he is so dappled out. That is the case. You can see it truly when he's in full focus with the sun shining on him, as we're seeing there, especially on his hindquarters. So Proxy looks phenomenal, and he is 2-1. He's getting some play here as the clear second choice in the wagering. And then finally, the number 7 horse, or the 4 horse, excuse me, is where we end up. That is Dynamic One, the son of Union Rags, 9-2 on the board. He looked well out there as well, but top to bottom, this is a classy group of runners. This is what you expect to see in the older handicap division, especially here at Keeneland in the spring. And keep in mind, these are horses that will be aiming to return here back in the fall to run in big races, including the Breeders' Cup World Championships, which will be hosted here in 2022 for a 3rd time at Keeneland Race Course. The co-feature is coming up next, the Ben Ally.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 91st running of the Ben Ally Stakes, Grade 3. They are at the post. And they're off in the Ben Ally Stakes. There goes Mighty Heart for the lead. Warrant is there on the outside. Proxy, Cowboy Diplomacy back toward the inside. Mighty Heart, the early leader. Mighty Heart leads the field down to the first turn. Warrant is there up toward the outside. Cowboy Diplomacy from the inside. Then Proxy, who's in the fourth position, tucked away in behind that front trio, joined by Scalding on the outside, who now takes fourth by a head, 3 lengths off the lead. Gap of nearly 3 more back to Dynamic One and Tartufo, who's alongside of that one, 23.72 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Cowboy Diplomacy, the leader, against the rail now. Scoots up the inside, takes the lead by just a half length. Mighty Heart, his second 3/4 of a length. Warrant is third up on the far outside. Proxy back toward the inside and fourth. Scalding alongside that one. Dynamic One next to last, nearly 5 from the front. Tartufo is the trailer. 47.71 seconds the time for the first half mile. Here's Mighty Heart alongside of Cowboy Diplomacy, joined by Warrant on the far outside. The top 3 separated by a half length onto the far turn. Scalding, Proxy, Dynamic One, Tartufo at the back. It is Mighty Heart, the leader, by just a neck. Warrant is there, and Scalding tries to join that front pair. Swings up to the far outside as they work their way around the far turn. Warrant is the leader. Scalding to second. A neck separates the top 2. Mighty Heart drops back. Proxy tries to move up from fourth. Still 4 from the front. Then Tartufo on the outside, who's 5 from the lead. Scalding has taken the lead off the far turn. Scalding opens up, coming to the 8th pole by 3 lengths. It is Scalding by 3.5, by 4. Dynamic One is running late to challenge Warrant for second. Proxy joins that battle, all behind Scalding at the 16th pole. Dynamic One has not given up, but here comes the wire. Scalding chased by Dynamic One. Scalding and Javier Castellano to win the Ben Ally.
Add another grade 3 to his resume, this time the Ben Ally at Keenland Racecourse. Scalding, he tracked off the pace, made the move around the turn, got the lead, and was never going to be denied once he had that advantage as he opens up here by about 3 lengths in the end. Dynamic Run ran on late, but a little too late.
This was a brilliant ride by Javier Castellano, just trying to get this horse in the mix early and have that sustained run coming down the stretch, because he had the ability to get the jump on the 4 Dynamic One, who it was just too little too late by the time that they hit the wire. But Scalding, a horse that continues to improve, adding another graded stakes race to his resume for trainer Shug McGahee. Going to be 7-4 exacta here in the Grade 3 Ben Ally.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 7, Scalding, finished first. Number 4, Dynamic One, was second. Number 3, Proxy, third. Number 5, Warrant, was fourth. 7-4-3-5, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 8th race are now official. 7-4-3-5, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's 8th race, 91st running of the Ben Ally Stakes Grade 3, number 7, Scalding. Owned by Grandview Equine of Robert Clay, by Cheyenne Stables LLC of Everett Dobson, and LNJ Foxwoods of Larry, Nancy, and Jamie Roth. Shug McGahee, the trainer, and Javier Castellano, the winning jockey. Scalding, a 4-year-old son of Nyquist out of Hot Water by Medaglia d'Oro, bred in Kentucky by Godolphin and Cobalt Investments LLC. Mile and an eighth over the fast main track, 1 minute 50.3 seconds. The Ben Ally Stakes Trophy is presented today by Keenland board member Ben Hagen and his wife, Mary Wiss Hagen, to the connections of Scalding.
Scalding takes the Ben Ally in fashion. Anthony Hamilton, part of the Shug McGahee team out here at Keenland, and Javier Castellano, who was aboard for the winning ride. You made the move wide around the turn. How did the race set up for you, Javier?
He set up perfect, Scott. I like the way my horse he did today. He broke a little up in the edge, a little not too sharp out of the gate, but I think it was a bless for me to be able to keep track of those two horses in the lead. And like you said, make a little sweeping move. And I like the way he finished the horse, and I really like the horse, and I'm full in love with the horse since I started. And Shug did a really good job, and thank you for Shug and all the owners. He gave me an opportunity to ride the horse, and I'm glad we get it done today.
Well done.
Thank you.
A record-tying 5th win in the Ben Ally for Javier Castellano. Anthony, what did Shug tell you with this horse coming down here to run at Keeneland?
Just to let him break and run his race. You know, he'd been training really well through the Challenger, and he came out of that really good. So we were expecting a big effort, and we got one.
Certainly did. Well done.
Thank you.
Scalding taking the Grade 3 Ben Ally right here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 9th race upcoming, the 37th running of the Elkhorn Stakes, Grade 2. The turf is listed firm. The temporary rail is down today. A reminder, scratch the 4 Phantom Currency. Again, scratch the 4 Phantom Currency. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Looking ahead to the 10th race. In the 10th event, scratch part of entry, number 1, Great Escape. Scratch the 4, Tough to Tame. And scratch the 6, Giant Nova. That's in the 10th and final race. Scratch part of entry, number 1, Great Escape. Scratch the 4, Tough to Tame. Scratch the 6, Giant Nova. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $11,731 for that 10th race.
Race number 9, the Grade 2 Elkhorn Stakes. Distance turf horses going 1.5 miles on the firm listed going today at Keenland Racecourse. There is a scratch of the full horse Phantom Currency. Channel Maker, the 2020 champion older turf horse of the year, is the current 5-2 favorite. Gabby, both you and I see this race identical. We've got 3-5-1, starting with 2 Emmys for Mac Robertson and his father Hugh Robertson and Wolf Racing, a son of English Channel. A wonderful success story out of the 2017 Keenland September sale, purchased for $4,500. He's a Grade 1 winner. He's made over $765,000, and he has built up to these races this year, starting off at 1 mile and 1/16, then out to 1 mile and 1/8, and he waltzed around there last time out at Fairgrounds in the Munez Memorial, beating a good group, beat Santine and Cavalry Charge. And he's a horse that likes to stretch his legs and be out there trying to dictate what's going on.
And he was definitely helped by the scratch of the number 4 Phantom Currency. He figured to be on or definitely near the lead and keeping the pace honest. But now with him out, I think that really does benefit the 3-2 Emmys to just take them gate to wire as he pleases. He's a very, very nice horse. And Scott, as you mentioned earlier, sometimes these English channels, they just get better with age. And that's what we're seeing with him. His best race was last time out at the age of 6. So could be a big season ahead of him.
I did misspeak in this situation as far as favoritism. Didn't notice that the one Bema's Boy is 2-1. So Bema's Boy is the favorite down on the rail. But we go to Channel Maker, and he was at his best when he was 6. That's when he won the championship for older dirt or turf horse of the year, winning the Eclipse Award in 2020 with multiple Grade 1 victories. His 7-year-old season, not as fruitful. He made quite a bit of money, $425,000, but never visited the winner's circle, and now he gets his 8-year-old campaign underway. He's got class, there's no question, but is he going to be as good, and should we expect him to be as good at the age of 8?
It's a very good question because, like you said, his best races came in 2020, and then last year, he was running in some of the toughest races in the country: the Grade 1 Sword Dancer, the Grade 1 Turf Classic, Breeders' Cup Turf. This is a class relief. There's no doubt about it. But you do have to question whether or not he is the same horse, because this is a good group of horses. I know it's not a Grade 1, but it is a high-level graded stakes race, and we have some really nice horses. So he's going to have to bounce back and show that he can deliver his A game today in order to win.
The one Bema's Boy, the 2-1 favorite, he's a veteran. He's a 7-year-old gelding. This will be his 21st career start. He, too, has built up to this longer distance. 2 races at 1 mile and 1/16, now back out to 1.5 miles, the same trip that we saw him win the Grade 2 Pan American back in the springtime of 2020 at Gulfstream Park.
You have to like his progression. He came back off that lengthy layoff, came back at 1 mile and 1/16, unfortunately lost, came back again, lost again, but his best distances are 1.5 miles, and we know that Mike Maker is often well represented in these long distance turf races, and he does well with them, and I think the money on the board is very telling.
This is a race for the big boys, the veterans. The youngest horse in here is 5 years old. That is Bama Breeze. This is going to be a treat. These are some good-looking horses, proven horses that will be competing in the Grade 2 Elkhorn. Sole Volante, also a 5-year-old gelding, and a horse that we've seen plenty of through the years. 13 minutes away from race number 9, the Grade 2 Elkhorn Stakes here at Keenland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race, 37th running of the Elkhorn Stakes, Grade 2, 4-year-olds and up at 1.5 miles over the firm turf. Temporary rail is down today. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 4, Phantom Currency. Scratch the 4, Phantom Currency. Post time at 7 minutes. Now the post parade for the Grade 2 Elkhorn, number 1 Bema's Boy, owned by Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Procia, trained by Mike Maker, the jockey Umberto Rispoli. Number 2 Soleil Volante, owned by Reeves Thoroughbred Racing of Dean Reeves, owned also by Andy Biancone, trained by Patrick Biancone, the jockey Julien Leperoux. 3 2 Emmys, owned by Wolf Racing LLC of Randy Wolf, owned also by Hugh Robertson. The trainer is Mac Robertson, the jockey James Graham. 4 is scratched. 5 is Channel Maker, owned by Watchtel Stable of Adam Watchtel, owned by Gary Barber, by R.A. Hill Stable of Raymond Day Hill III, owned also by Reeves Thoroughbred Racing of Dean Reeves. The trainer Belmont, the jockey Luis Saez. 6 Tiberius Mercurius, owned by Three Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, the trainer Mike Maker, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 7 Cullum Road, owned by Casey Garrett Farm of Kathy Cordis, trained by Doug Danner, the jockey Joe Rocco Jr. Bama Breeze, number 8, owned by the Ashbrook Farm of Glenn Bromagen, owned by BBN Racing LLC of Ann Braxton Lynch, trained by Rusty Arnold, the jockey Corey Lannery. And 9, Another Mystery, owned by Team Block of David Block, the trainer Chris Block, the jockey Flavian Pratt. Post time, 5 minutes.
There is 2 Emmys right now. The co-second choice in the wagering, the graded stakes winner, multiple graded stakes winner, grade 1 winner of the Mr. D, when Jimmy Graham was able to walk the dog, slow things down so much in that mile and a quarter race and catch them off guard. And he is a horse that has backed up that form time and time again. He's showing good energy out there. We'll see how Jimmy plays this. We expect to see him near on the lead. But as we have said before, Hugh Robertson, his co-owner and trainer as well, one would think, for his son Mac Robertson, or with his son Mac Robertson, says that this horse doesn't have to have the lead. That is what he has told me time and time again when talking about 2 Emmys. So we'll see how he fares here today. He suffered a wicked defeat in the Sycamore last fall to Spooky Channel, who got him right on the wire. So looking for a redemption, a bit of redemption here on the return to Keeneland Racecourse off of that difficult scenario and beat in the end. The 8-horse Bama Breeze for Rusty Arnold and Ashbrook Farm and BBN Racing. He's a 5-year-old son of Honor Code. He tried the WL McKnight last time out, came from well off the pace. A horse that comes back to Keeneland. He also was part of the Sycamore, that grade 3, where he ended up finishing 4th. So the distance won't be an issue. We saw him win going a mile and 5/16. So we'll find out today if Bama Breeze is up to the task, as he is 14-1. And then finally the 9-horse, Another Mystery for Team Block. This is an Illinois-bred son of Temple City out of the First Dam IOU2, who has been one of the best broodmares ever to stand in the state of Illinois. She's had 10 runners, 9 winners, 5 of which are stakes winners, including this 6-year-old. The Ioya family line from Team Block has really made a lasting impact on the breed, and certainly in the state of Illinois, with this Illinois bred being part of that legacy. And back out to 1.5 miles, it is a big plus for him. He sprung a 23-1 upset in the John B. Conley Turf Cup Stakes at Sam Houston at the end of January, coming from way out of it. So he is going to love getting back out to this distance. And he did run in the Sycamore, but based on his form and that form at Sam Houston, he appears to be a better horse than he was last fall. here at Keenland. So watch out for the 9, and he's getting plenty of attention at odds of 5-1. We are 3 minutes away from the Grade 2 Elkhorn here at Keenland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th race, 37th running of the Elkhorn Stakes, Grade 2. They are at the post. And they're off in the Elkhorn. There goes two Emmys. Two Emmys bounds right out for the lead. Channel Maker away up close in the opening strides. Tiberius Mercurius is there up on the far outside as they move on to that far turn. Two Emmys gets over next to the rail, leads it by 3/4 of a length. Channel Maker goes second a length. Tiberius Mercurius is third a length and a half. Bimba's Boy, then Sole Volante up on the outside, followed by Another Mystery, who's back toward the rail, 7 lengths off the early lead. Bama Breeze next to last, and Cullum Road is the early trailer. 2 Emmys, though, is the leader, guides the field into the stretch for the first time, and 2 Emmys leads it by a length and a half. Channel Maker is second a half length. Here's Tiberius Mercurius, who's moving up against the rail from third to challenge for second, just a length off the lead. Further back, Sole Volante, just to the outside of Bema's Boy, who's back toward the rail, nearly 5 from the front, followed by Another Mystery. The opening quarter went in 25.13 seconds, the first half mile in 49.53. Further back, Bama Breeze is next to last against the rail, joined there by Cullum Road. Moving back into the turn, 2 Emmys continues to lead. 2 Emmys, the leader by 3/4 of a length. Channel Maker there in second on the outside of neck. Tiberius Mercurius is third, still hugging that rail, looks for more running room, and now here he comes again. Tiberius Mercurius moves up the inside to challenge 2 Emmys for the lead. Channel Maker third up on the outside. Then a gap of 3 more lengths to Sole Volante, who's fourth a half length. Bema's Boy in fifth. Another Mystery is in sixth. The gap of 5 more lengths to Cullum Road and Bama Breeze. 6 furlongs, 114.05. The lead battle continues. Tiberius Mercurius against the rail. And 2 Emmys right alongside. Channel Maker joins them again from third. The top 3 in a line heading on to the far turn. Length and a half to Bema's Boy, who is fourth ahead. Sole Volante is fifth. Another Mystery is sixth, still nearly 5 lengths from the front. Here's Channel Maker with Tiberius Mercurius moving up on either side of 2 Emmys, who's now third. Bema's Boy has to swing to the outside fourth. Another Mystery moves on the extreme outside from fifth. Bama Breeze is running from sixth toward the inside. Channel Maker with the lead. Here comes Bama Breeze up the rail. Here is Bema's Boy with Another Mystery, but they've all got to catch Channel Maker. And Channel Maker hangs tough. Channel Maker by 2. The champ, Channel Maker, to win the Elkhorn for Luis Saez. 2 minutes, 27.1 seconds. A stakes record.
The old boy is back. The now 8-year-old champion, Channel Maker, who was champion Turf Horse in 2020, wins the Elkhorn. And Gabby, this was not an easy trip in any way, shape, or form.
No, you know, Scott, when this race was unfolding, I was thinking, oh, what is Luis Saez doing? Because he was pressing about 3-4 wide the entire way, and you can't do that. You can't lose that much ground in a race that's 1.5 miles. You're just at such a disadvantage. But the key to this horse is to get him out in the clear and get him loping along, and in the end, Luis Saez actually made the right move, the right call, and getting him to the finish line in stakes record fashion. The old man is back. Channel Maker, we've seen a couple of champions find the winner's circle over the course of this past weekend at Keenland, and here's another one. Channel Maker with the win.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race. Number 5, Channel Maker, finished first. Number 9, Another Mystery, was second. Number 1, Bema's Boy, was third. And number 8, Bama Breeze, fourth. 5-9-1-8, Unofficial. Keeneland's featured ninth race, the Grade 2 Elkhorn Stakes. The winner, number 5, Channel Maker. Owned by Watchtel Stable of Adam Watchtel. Owned also by Gary Barber. By R.A. Hill Stable of Raymond A. Hill III. And by Reeves Thoroughbred Racing of Dean Reeves. The trainer, Bill Mott. The jockey, Luis Saez, for his second win on the card. Channel Maker, 8-year-old gelded son of English Channel out of In Return by Horse Chestnut, bred in Ontario by Tall Oaks Farm. 12 furlongs over the firm turf, 2 minutes 27.1 seconds, a stakes record. The results are official for Keeneland's ninth race, 5-9-1-8, the official results. The Elkhorn Trophy presentation being made now by Keeneland board member and Keeneland's immediate past president, Bill Thomason, and his wife, Barbara. They present to the connections of Channel Maker.
Channel Maker with all of his class, setting a stakes record in the Elkhorn with this man, Luis Saez. First of all, we heard before the race that he can be a tricky horse. How tricky was he today in the Elkhorn?
Yeah, he's pretty tricky, but we rode it a couple times before, and we learned a lot from him. So he used to run in the lead, but we decided last time to take him a little from behind, and he learned a lot from that day. So today the key was try to, break and let the 3 go, because we know that was the speed in the race. So we sat right there in his shoulder, and when we came to the top of the stretch, it was all about him.
Did you want to be 3 wide like that? I mean, it did not appear to be an easy trip going 1.5 miles with that speed that you were chasing.
Yeah, we just tried to be, in the clear. We tried not another guy to come, close to us from outside, because that's how he is. He liked to be in the clear. So, well, everything came so well, and he did the job.
What makes him so tricky, lastly, Luis?
Well, he's he don't like too much stick. Sometimes when you start riding and he's now like okay, I'm gonna take off right here. You have to let him to decide when he's gonna make his move.
He's a veteran of the game. Well done on a fantastic ride here in the Elkhorn.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Channel Maker, sensational in the 1.5 mile Elkhorn, Grade 2 here at Keenland.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. Main track is listed fast. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $11,731. In the 10th race, scratch part of entry, number 1, Great Escape. Scratch the 4, Tough to Tame, and scratch the 6, Giant Nova. Again, scratch part of entry, number 1, Great Escape. Scratch the 4, Tough to Tame, and scratch the 6, Giant Nova.
check one. Race number 10 here at Keenland Racecourse, winding down a beautiful Saturday afternoon of racing, and stakes action just continues to deliver time after time after time. And Channel Maker, just before we move on to this race, really nice stuff from Luis Saez talking about the trickiness of Channel Maker and knowing what he wants to do and knowing that he wants to do it on his own terms, and a horse that has certainly earned that right at the age of 8 with the amount of money that he's earned for his connections.
That was only the second time that Louis rode him. The only other time was in the Breeders' Cup Turf, but that's what makes Louis such a good rider, is that he learns so quickly and he can adapt so quickly. And it's just really cool to see Channel Maker in the winner's circle. It's really cool to see Malathot in the winner's circle yesterday, too. We've been pretty blessed with some special horses this weekend, Scott.
We've got the same 3 horses in our top 3, so let's roll through them here for the nightcap. B-Sud for Offshoot Farm, a colt by Jimmy Creed for Dallas Stewart. I think he gets a good setup here for his off-the-pace type of style, going 7/8 of a mile. Now, I continue to believe that the main track is playing to horses coming off the pace. We did see that filly, House to Goat, that was so impressive from the inside post, going against that trend, which makes that performance even further impressive. But we'll see how this fares for B-Sud coming from off the pace. He ran into a really nice sprinter in his most recent run on the 25th of March.
Yes, he did. This is just a horse that I think you just have to consider, especially on the turn, sprinting 3/4 last time out. I mean, that was a big effort considering the layoff, considering he was going against winners for the first time, and I don't think he should have any bit of an issue with a little bit of more distance, as he did break his maiden at 7 furlongs.
The 3-horse Unikey for My Purple Haze stable, Unified Colts, 2 for 2 in the money, broke his maiden last time out. And this is a race that I feel like we've visited at least 3 times this meet so far. And I'm talking about the 12th of March run in which he won. He beat Cape Trafalgar and Under Oath, 2 horses that we've seen compete here at Keeneland Racecourse this meet. So comes out of what has to be considered a productive race, and that's why he's 2-1.
Not only that, Scott, if you look at horses who finished off the board, they've come back to win. I think that race might have produced maybe 4 or 5 next out winners. I remember looking at that a couple days ago, and it was definitely a key race. Now, his performance might have been enhanced a little bit from the slop. It was a sloppy sealed track. He doesn't get those conditions today, but still definitely an impressive horse that you must use.
And then Momentous, the part of the entry that remains, the one does scratch. There's an adage in racing. There's many adages in racing. Why run 2 when 1 will do? And so Momentous is the one that sticks around for the ownership connections. Colt by Speightstown, Todd Pletcher trained 3-year-old son of Speightstown, who came from off the pace from a wide draw, just off the pace. I mean, he once again finds himself drawn far out wide. So we'll see what he's able to do. He's 5-2 right now.
I would imagine Luis Saez will get aggressive with this horse, similarly to what he did last time out. He beat a good group of horses, including Marsalis, who was an next out winner. So Momentous, a very good runner right now on the board at 5-2. Scott, you and I see this race very similarly and kind of see it to be a bit chalky here.
That is the case. The Get Out race is coming up next, 10th and final, less than 11 minutes from right now.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race. The bets allow its optional claiming race for a price of $80,000 for these 3-year-olds going 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch part of entry, number 1, Great Escape. Also scratch the 4, Tough to Tame, and scratch the 6, Giant Nova. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $11,731. Post time at 6 minutes.
Here's a look at the number 3 horse out on the course right now. That is Uniki, part of our focus this morning on Today at Keenland with Trip Note Pros. And quoting the Trip Note Pros, he showed big speed to recover after a subpar beginning, overcame some tough in-between spots early and finished like a pro to defeat a very live group while going away. Recovery, bad spots, jockey upgrade, live race. Uniki getting the attention he deserves as he warms up.
Gosh, I was just looking at these horses walk onto the track thinking, there's some good-looking horses in here, and he's definitely one of them. He's dappled, big, handsome-looking colt here by Unified, and I don't think physically he looks like he should have any distance limitations. He is getting an aggressive warm-up there. Irider Ortiz Jr. having a hard time pulling him up right now.
There's the 1A, part of the entry that remains. I saw him walk past me through the tunnel, momentous, along with his Hall of Fame trainer, Todd Pletcher. He's a big, good-looking son of Spikestown.
That's what I'm saying. The 3 inside horses, the 1A, the 2, and the 3, man, they just really stood out physically from the crowd, and I do love the way this horse is also behaving. Nice little pat there on the neck from Luis Saez, and this horse just kind of hanging out in the last race. You have to love to see that.
9-1 on the 2. That's Condemn. He now draws the rail with the scratch of the 1, and this is a Claiborne Adele Dilschneider pedigree, son of Medaglia d'Oro out of the First Name Sentence, daughter of Blame. She was a winner, and he broke through with an impressive performance in his last start, earning a strong speed figure, and they added blinkers to him that day for the first time. Also got Lasix for the first time that day.
Maybe that's what woke him up, because physically he doesn't look like he would want any part of 5.5 furlong Scott. He's got a long, really powerful build to him, and physically it looks like he should be better at 7 furlongs or even longer than that. Maybe all the different changes that they made with him last time out woke him up, and physically I definitely think you have to consider this horse. Like I said, 1A, 2, and 3 seem to really stand out.
Number 10 horse is Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day. So many individuals come and ask us, who did Tom like? This is who he likes for the nightcap. 6-1 right now. Gets back to sprinting. That looks to be the key to unlocking a strong performance here today.
And he's going to be closing from off the pace. We mentioned wide trip closers. They've been having success on the main track today. Coming into the race is a gelding for the first time, and or has been gelded since his last race. Blinkers coming off, so a couple of changes, including the distance.
10th and final is coming up next here at Keeneland Racecourse.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Bets. They are at the post. And they're off. There's Condemned from the inside. B. Sud is there toward the outside. Momentous kicks in and moves up to press the issue as well. Unikey now also moves forward with Red Label, and there goes Legendary Lore out in the center of the track. Momentous has a narrow lead. Red Label, Legendary Lore, Unikey down toward the inside. B. Sud backs away. Slim, Slow Slider moves up between horses in fifth. B. Sud alongside that one in sixth. Condemn is now in seventh. Break of 5 more lengths back. Britain's Kitten is eighth and last. Red Label pokes ahead in front. Unikey there to the inside. Momentous up close on the far outside. 23.17 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Condemn moves up the rail into the fourth spot. Slim, Slow Slider between horses is fifth. Legendary Lore is a wide sixth around the turn. B. Sud is in the seventh position. Britain's Kitten is last of the 8. Unikey the leader. Unikey in front by 2. Legendary Lore and Slim, Slow Slider and Condemn all trying to bear down behind Unikey with a quarter mile to go, and Unikey has the lead by 3 lengths off the far turn. Here's Condemned looking to the inside. Legendary Lore and B. Sud from the outside. At the 8th pole, Unikey in front by 2. Then Condemned. Then B. Sud third up on the outside. Unikey by a length and a half. Condemned to the inside is in second. Then B. Sud is third. Unikey in front. Condemned still there toward the inside. Unikey and Condemn. Unikey and Condemn. Condemn comes up the rail and gets there in the final stride to win it by a neck. Unikey had to settle for second.
Leaving the rail open to let Johnny Velasquez do some work. Condemn appears to have come through and pulled off this victory after Unikey did all the work out on the front end. If that, in fact, turns out to be the case, this is a tough beat for either of these two horses, whoever wins this race.
Yeah, he definitely ran a winning race, the number 3 Unikey. But look at Condemned on the inside. There was a couple of paths for Johnny Velasquez to go and sneak up on the inside. Irad Ortiz Jr. noticing him a little bit too late in the stretch, coming over a couple of paths to try to intimidate him. But that didn't work. He wins by a head in the end. The number 2 Condemned with the nightcap.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 2, Condemn, finished first. Number 3, Uniki was second. Number 9, B-Sud, third. Number 10, Legendary Lore was fourth. And number 7, Britain's Kitten, fifth. 2, 3, 9, 10, 7, Unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, the bets, the unofficial winner, number 2, Condemn. The winner owned and bred in Kentucky by Adele Dilschneider and Claiborne Farm of Seth Hancock, trained by Thomas Drury Jr., the jockey John Velasquez. Condemn, 3-year-old son of Medaglia d'Oro out of Sentence by Blame. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 23.89 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Betts Trophy presentation to the connections of Condemn. Results of Keeneland's 10th race official. 2, 3, 9, 10, 7, the official results. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. And there will be no carryover tomorrow for the Toyota Super High 5. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races scheduled to occur after that time. For now, on behalf of Keenland, thank you and good evening.